Hello, KKT. Can you hear me? Hi, last call. I see you on the road. Stay safe. Hey, Sam. Can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you. I just decided to go live today to see who all is surfing the web, surfing YouTube. And since this is a short, how can I say it, notice, I just posted it and then just went live. And so let's see how many people notice. If not, like for me, 5 people in the chat, 2 people in the chat, it don't bother me at all. But I tried to be a little bit more prepared this time. So I checked my mic to make sure that it's working. So yeah. And I see Pillsbury's live, so there's a lot of people over there. Hey, Smooth Foot Slam, what's up? What's up? Oh, thank you, Sam. How's everybody's Saturday going? Mine is chill. I think I planned on going live a week ago. I thought about it. I said, okay, I'll do mine. Well, this won't be my 1 year live. This is just the live before the one live I do once a year. How about that? Let me turn this down a little bit more. I wonder if I can get away with playing a couple of songs. What's up, Stephanie? What it do? How's it going? Look, that's gonna play and play until I figure out what I'm gonna do. All right, let me let me pin my my link. Just in case. All right. So I pinned my StreamYard link just in case. Yeah. So I wonder what if people know that what this live is about. And so this live is about why can't I just be ugly in peace? Just why I can't be ugly in peace. Have I? Well, hopefully you saw the wall coming before you tried it. Well, if you didn't see the wall coming, you know, because in this space you see the wall. There is no greater good in hitting your head against the wall. So. All right. Let me see if I could turn off that song and see if I can play the one I want to play. If you guys can hear it. Hopefully I don't get flagged. Yeah, I'm different. I don't get flagged.
Look at your face, look at your face. You look ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace.
Hey, Corey, how's it going?
Yes. I must be lovely. Look at your face, you look ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace. It's comfy. I must be lovely. Why are you acting all ugly? Why are you trying to act like you don't even love me? Why is your face just looking all crunchy? Why you in the big city acting all country? Why are you mad? Cooking in the bag, and I'm still feeling like the best you ever had. And I'm so rad, and they all angry and emotional. I don't know how to feel about that. I got a fantastic mixed with a little bombastic, and you about to blow a gasket, cause you didn't even make the basket. Yeah, I'm always with you set. Never went to Petty 80 show shop yet. I ain't even sure about nothing like that. I don't even know why they feeling upset. Yeah, look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, this seat is comfy.
Hey, Keeper.
Must be lucky. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, this seat is comfy. I must be ugly. Oh man, you a Ugmo selling ugly tickets at the Ugg show, buying ugly pills at the drugstore. You a hater? Why you in love for? Yeah, I'm always with it on deck. When I got to get it, I'ma hit him up next. Pull up, please, with a real mic check. Girl, you so pretty, but you're looking like a rat. Basics. Ugly ass boy, just face it. It's looking like it just faced it. Or the fools are bad when they. Yeah, I'm always with it, that's right. No, I gotta get it, I'ma hit it, that's life. Call me if you wanna break it up, cat fight. I don't even know why you trying to back fight. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, this seat is comfy. Yes. I must be lucky. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, this seat is comfy. Hey, take it back old school.
Oh, you at work? Okay.
Don't look for one, no witnesses, I can't testify. Over there, give me the evil eye side. Personality so dry, why I live rent free in your mind. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, this seat is comfy. I must be lucky. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, this seat is comfy. I must be lucky.
Man, I don't know if anyone's into AC Alone. That is just somebody I like. I think that the song is relatable. If you never heard it, it's called Ugmo. It goes with the little topic that I came up with today. Why I can be ugly in peace. Why am I being discussed still? I don't know. I haven't been around. And when I am around, I don't say much because I've been in the clouds. Yes, I have made it to the people in the clouds. And I'm probably may not even be in the sector's clouds. I might be in other sectors' clouds, but I am in the clouds. Okay. So anyway, I thought I would go live and represent for the people in the clouds and for the ugly people. Because I don't understand why people over 40 is sitting around rating people and talking about who's ugly or not. It's crazy. We're still in junior high over here in the sector, I guess. But if you don't know who I am Joe from the chat sector. I am the part of the sector. The other part of the sector that barely go live, the sector that sits around and watches from the clouds, the sector that roasts in the chats. And where have I been? Been on vacation. That's pretty much where I've been. But I do see a lot of drama in the sector. So I thought I would talk about it today since I have time and I'm free today. So if anybody want to hit my link, you are welcome to, as long as you respect the host. You can roast. I don't care if you roast in the chat. That's what you do. But you know how I am. I'm not like other chats. I'm not like other people in the sector. So we'll see how it goes. If not, I mean, I don't mind talking to myself. You know what I'm saying? If you think I'm boring, you know what I'm saying? If let me talk a little faster, because sometimes people think I talk a little slower than normal. So let me talk faster for you, for the people in the back. So how's everybody today? This Saturday. So anyway, what made me kind of go live was a couple of things that I saw. So the first thing that I wanted to point out was Photon. Photon, if you hit my Cash App and send me some money, then maybe you'll get an image. If not, this is the closest that you're going to get of me. So yeah. So I just wanted to put that out there. But stop asking people in the sector, especially other women, who's ugly, who's not, because that's not cute. Nobody cares. Plus, most of the men in the sector's baby mamas are toe up. So I think we'll be fine. I think that, listen, there's a whole bunch of ugly women, that so-called ugly women, that have a lot of these men's children. So I don't think that it's really a big deal. Like, I don't think that people are sitting around, saying, hey, there's a lot of ugly women with no kids, with no man. Hey, VS. Hey, Spotto. Oh, okay. Hi, Knowledge. How's it going? No, I'm serious. There's not a abundance. There is an abundance of women that are not attractive that is still out here getting a lot of dingling. Okay, it's an abundance. So that's the least of our worries. Okay, and especially if you're over 40, like that should be the least of your worries at 40. At 40, you should be more. Over 40, you should be worried about more bone density, dry vaginas, and stuff like that. So if you're sitting around over 40, still waiting and wondering who is cute, who is attractive, who's not attractive, and you're over that age, you got too much time on your hands. So just wanted to put that out there. I mean, I'm just saying, like, and then you got these grown ass men. She's ugly. The men in the sector are calling other men ugly. Right? So far, I'm only seeing one man in the sector that looks like a woman, but that's just between me and the sector. So let's cut that shit out. And ain't no man turning down no kitty cat in this sector if somebody gave him some. So let's just say that. Okay? Because for a minute there, a lot of you guys were sweating a woman that was wearing a pamper. So we don't want to hear all that. Okay. So just wanted to put that out there. There's not, it's abundance. And just so you know, a lot of people don't know this, and they think that it's actually the opposite. But there are more men on the planet than there are actually women. So a lot of people don't know that, but there's definitely a lot more men on the planet than women. Women believe, men actually believe that there's more women than men, but that's not true. All right, so I'm gonna drop the link again just in case. But other than that, yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. I mean, you got a lot of men out here talking about, but let's see your baby mamas. Let's see your baby mamas. Like, don't, you know, you guys are always talking about calling somebody ugly. Let's see your baby mamas. Let's see your mamas. Okay, so like I said, yeah, there's men in the sector that likes to call there's men in the sector that likes to call other men attractive and attractive. And everybody knows that doesn't matter, because look at Biggie Smalls. He was able to get women. You know, a couple of dollars to get you will go far. So a couple of dollars will go far. So just want to put that out there. We're too old for that. I mean, you know, and the last I checked, if you're not in your 20s, if you're in your 20s to upper 30, oh, you hate that term. Okay, so the mother of your children, the women that carried your sperm. Now, let's get it right. The women that stole and blindly took your sperm and impregnated themselves, because, you know, we got the victim mentality in the sector. Because yeah, we have to remember there's a doctor that this sector was founded on that basically pointed out the fact that he was somehow, this woman took advantage of him and just manipulated him. He and then impregnated herself, and ended up carrying the baby. And all he had to say was no, but he couldn't, because he's a man. And because women are so manipulative, we can manipulate a man out of that dingling. Like, I swear to God, we are around here. We actually do this. Like, we actually plot and plan at a very young age who we're going to get semen from. Well, some women do, but that's the way it sounds. That's how it sounds. So, hey, defrauding, what's up? So, hey, my opinion, what's up? Hey, very perspective. Hey, evil. So anyway, so that's not the case. We're not around here masterminding and taking the man for all he got. You know, the moment you decide to lay with a woman as a man, and this is what I believe, the possibility of you getting her, impregnating her, is very, very high. Well, actually, it's not as high as people think, but it is. So if you were reckless in your 20s and you're out here, you know, spreading your seed out thin and wide, you might have kids you don't even know about. So I'm just saying. So no one's really a victim of a woman. So just wanted to put that out there. Okay, because that's what the buzz is around the sector. So another thing that I noticed, because I'm in the clouds, okay, and I've been in the clouds after I came out of vacation, I definitely was in the clouds, and I was kind of listening and peeping what's been going on. And so there's this big old dispute: are we the Umar Johnson sector, or are we the sector, right? So we are the Umar Johnson sector when it's convenient for us, and when Umar Johnson is the topic, that's when we're the Umar Johnson sector. So that's pretty much If anybody had a question on what the sector was, yes, we are founded on the Umar Johnson sector, and then we moved away from the Umar Johnson sector and became the sector, because then that's when we started roasting and doing all that goofy stuff. And then but in the Umar Johnson sector, it was doxing all the way down into the sector. So that is a key staple of the sector. Doxing, insulting, being butthurt, feelings, trying to get people trying to take away people's livelihoods and things like that. So the sector, that's what it turned into. And now, as we can see, the sector is coming apart. It is just dismal. Okay, so we got the sector, and then we got the people that think they're a part of the sector. Hi, Divine Seven. We have the butthurt SWAT, the people that refuse to lead the sector, and they're the Karens of the sector. They're policing the sector, but they're all for the fuck shit, but they don't want the fuck shit to affect their livelihood. So we have that going on. So that part of the sector, the sector, that part of the sector where they were the ones that had billions of troll accounts before we all could have them. They were consisted of Lame G and his thug missus, AAS, and then now you got I call them the Telltale Squad, because all they do is tell on you. But I did see something that I felt that was very, very disturbing, and so I wanted to actually talk about that too. I wanted to talk about how Rev G thinks that he was doing the Lord's work when he decided to interview a young person under the age of 25 of his enemy. And I heard someone say that she wasn't being exploited. I heard people say she was being exploited, and so on, right? What I would like to say is, I've been a daughter my whole life, so and I know what it's like to be a young person who has my father raised me my whole life. Like, my parents were together. I had two parents. And when you're a young person, you really don't understand the dynamics of the parent relationship. You know that is your mother's husband, and that is your father. So I understand that dynamic, being inside of a household like that. And so my thing is that I feel that it was very inappropriate for Rev G to actually interview this female that's under 25, knowing that he has all this animosity, all this anger, and all the stuff that he was doing to go at this young lady's father. And I'm not taking up for Umar Johnson 100%. So I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that this dude is your enemy. You was writing letters to the places that this dude was going to. You was trying to take away this dude's livelihood, all of these things. You were doing all these different things to this man because you felt you had an opinion about who he was. You didn't like who he was. You didn't like anything about him. So you mean to tell me that the goodness of your heart is because you saw his young daughter expressing herself on the internet, all her anger, right? With her father not being there, you being who you are, you thought it was okay for you to actually talk to his child and to tell her about what? About what? You paid to talk to the guy the livelihood of the guy, and also you want to say, oh, I can talk to her because he's a deadbeat. So let me, I'm doing something right. No, you wasn't. No, you wasn't. What you were doing was you wanted. Well, people say you're clout chasing. I think that what you did was evil and demonic. Okay, because I'm a daughter. And if I had anger towards my father and some idiot, right, that I did not know, what was willing to pay me to go in on and go in, or I may do it if I was under 25 in this generation, because I don't know any better. But as a man with a daughter, you know better. And I just want to ask Rev G one question. How would he feel if I go interview his daughter, right? And bring her on my platform and talk about what he's been doing for years on here and how much of a father he was to her? What if I and let me add my joke in there. What if I said, do you have dental care? When you were growing up, did you guys get an opportunity to see the dentist? Because I noticed that your father neglected his teeth all these years, but did you guys suffer? Did he make sure that you were able to go to the dentist? Like, how would you feel if I reached out to your daughter and paid her to interview her? Okay. So, whatever you did it for, clout chasing or whatever you want to call it, over the age of 40, that is a no-no. Like, that is the violation. You guys are so worried about being exposed. You guys, this ain't the only daughter that or kid that you try to come for in the sector. Had she had not paid you, you would have had to find something else to do, sir. Okay. AES doesn't have children, so she's probably asexual, and she only can give birth to herself if it's possible. She probably has both genitalia, so that's probably what the problem is with her. But with you, sir, you are a parent, and so am I. And I would, Umar Johnson, he might be angry or whatever the hell he got going on, but let my child be sitting on your panel. I would catch a case. I'm just saying, I would catch a case, because I don't care how old she is. She is you can, and if you have a psychology background or a sociology background, you kind of know that she has some form, like if you're not raised by both of your parents, you kind of have some issues there anyway, right? And some of the things that stood out to me is that she knows things that happened to her mother and her when she was a baby. So there's two parents going around involving a child into adult situations. That's a telltale sign that you kind of move away from that. Okay. I'm not saying that the daughter is wrong at all. I'm not, like I said, she's telling her truth, her story, whatever. I have no comment, because she's under 25 and she's younger. She might see this at 30 and say, damn, why did I do that? Or she's a Zer and they don't understand this stuff stays on the internet forever. Or she lacks empathy, or there's something emotional going on, or she has some type of arrested development or whatever. I'm not saying anything bad about her. I'm not saying anything bad about Umar, even though I don't agree with him and what he does and the things that he's done. But what I do know is that there is a man in this environment, in this sector, who decided that it was appropriate to interview his daughter because he thought he's making it seem as if he's doing the right thing, and he didn't do it for that reason. You know, that's the worst thing that you can do. Is if that's your enemy or that's somebody you have an issue with and you had issues with, you didn't tell her that, oh, when I first the reason why your father knows who I am is because I was harassing him. And so one day, one of the agencies or companies decided to provide all my information to him. And he told people to find out who I was. You didn't tell her that you had an issue with him and because you support the gay agenda and you disagree with what he was saying. You know, you act like we weren't all there. So I think that what you did was very disrespectful and it was a violation. And I just want to know what it feels like if somebody like me interview your children and ask them what kind of parent you was and show them how you act online. So that is what I have to say about that. But I will drop the link again just in case somebody wants to come up and they didn't grab it. But I definitely don't agree with that. And so if he has something slick to say, I don't care. So, but what he did was wrong. And everybody else knows that what he did was wrong, and that's sickening. And me being a daughter my whole life and still is one. If I had an interview out, if I would have known that this person, well, maybe not, I would have just did it for the money. Who knows? Because I'm young. I don't know any better. So that was that. The other thing that I know is about the sector is Professor Cupcake. Ugh. She has me blocked. And I okay, binary. Well, binary, let me just respond to what you just said. Yeah, that's a different scenario, but I doubt that, you know, whatever. If you felt proud that anybody interview your kids in this sector, I don't know. So, but in this situation, not if you hear a young woman crying out for help. So, not if you hear a young woman. But anyways, back to Professor Cupcake. I don't understand what is wrong with this sector that allows this lady who is clearly racist to walk around and say whatever the hell she wants to say. Okay. We all know that this lady is on meds. This lady is on meds. Okay. Clearly on meds. You can tell when she's high on people's panels, and she just talks any kind of way. She comes on the panel, she's like, what is she talking about? What is she screeching about? And why are you guys entertaining this white lady? Well, maybe because y'all don't have content or whatever y'all do, or maybe she is the content, or maybe she doesn't care that she's the content. But my question is, why would y'all let this white lady come up here and very disrespectful, talks crazy, just says anything that comes out her mouth, and she makes racist comments, and she just comes on the panel? You just let her say anything to a black person. Like, where, you know, and we know that in person, she would never do that. Because the moment she did, I would unplug her wheelchair and take the battery out. But my thing is, I'm not trying to be mean, but maybe I am. But my question to you guys is, why are y'all entertaining her? First of all, you know that she is not only is she a mental case, she's disabled. She's clearly disabled. The lady is actually sitting up on the panel, paralyzed probably from the neck down, because I know she's in a chair, and sitting there talking and barking at people on the internet. Okay, now she ain't no kin of mine at all. So I mean, I can't even come up with an example of anybody I would be dealing with. Hey, QT. But there is no way that I would be sitting here having a back and forth with Professor Cupcake, especially a woman that doesn't know the difference between different degrees. She tried to downplay what binary had. Then she tried to say her degree trumps a PhD. I don't understand it. And I'm glad that people who are not, who have, education was not their path, really don't understand that she actually is in this space because why don't she go to her own space? Why is there not a sector for women who are disabled like her, a bunch of white head ladies, and they all can go back and forth and argue? You know why? Because they wouldn't accept that in their space. They wouldn't let her come over there and talk crazy like that. So she does it over here. She does it over here. She's not over there in her space with all the people that are disabled or all the educators. I'm sure that they got alumni and all that. She's not over there talking crazy like that to them. She's a cat person. She can be a part of the cat people sector. She can be in a sector where all people do is argue about their cats. But no, you guys got her over here for content, and then you have her here so that because she gets under people's skin, or you have her here because you have an op or whatever supposedly op that somebody doesn't like. So why is she even here? And then I heard her tell somebody that they're not a part of this sector because they're not part of the army or whatever the hell she was saying. And I'm just like, she's not even a part of the sector. What are you talking about? You guys just let her come on panels to humiliate her. And in the process, she's humiliating or she's being disrespectful to people like us, people of color. And that's what you guys let her do. But she is the one that's writing letters, reporting, and spending her little money trying to cause what in this little space. And why don't she go over to her space? I'm sure there's other spaces, the art space or whatever space that she's from. I'm sure that they can they would enjoy to be entertained by somebody like that. Because I'm not. I am not entertained by her at all. I could barely understand what she's saying, and sometimes she's talking crazy. And I think what was funny to me is when Lane G decided to block her because she was doing something to him that she's been doing all this time. But when it was getting on his nerves, he's like, oh, let me get you on out of here. Don't talk, don't tell me nothing. So I just don't understand why she's here. But I guess for us, we like to let everybody in our space. In our culture, because some people say this is not a black space. This is a black space with my other ethnic groups in it. That's what it is. It's a black space with other ethnic groups in it. That the other ethnic groups that enjoy being around other black people. That's what this space is. Okay. So it kind of bothers me when I see that people don't stand on what they say, but I get it. I mean, if that's your content and you enjoy antagonizing other people by having her up there and on your panel, that's fine. But what I'm saying is I can say what I want to say because this is my channel. I don't have to agree with it. I think it's ignorant, and I think it's stupid to have somebody that sits up there and talks down to people that you talk to and then turn around and then say, why are you talking to her this way? Just mocking the whole sector and making fun of the sector because they deal with Stephanie Collins, but not her. Because Stephanie Collins never stepped out of line. Stephanie Collins never been disrespectful to us. But she has. She came in here disrespectful, thinking she knows more than a lot of us, thinking that she's highly qualified than a lot of us. And I'm just going to call it like it is. I'm going to be honest, and this is probably the meanest thing that you'll hear me say, but I can stand up and walk to the bathroom. So she can't tell me shit. And pun intended. So that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm blessed to have the ability to be able to do that. So for her to come and talk to us any kind of way, I would rather be less than what I am, and have the ability to do that right now. Okay? The freedom to do that. So I just wanted to put that out there because I don't agree with that shit either. Okay. I don't. And I hate to tell you this, but I don't know how old she is, but she looked old. She looked old. And all the mess that she's on, you guys are exploiting her for that too, because you guys know that she's on tons of mess. So the mess just basically is a true serum for her. So the more high she gets, the more racist she gets. And she probably don't even know she's racist. She probably think she because she makes a lot of racist comments and she thinks that that's not racist. Anytime a person says, I hang out with black people, my friends are black, I am an artist, I make music, black music. Okay, so you appreciate, you love the culture. But I'll ask Professor Cupcake one question. Would she change her white skin for a darker hue? Would she trade places with any of us and go through life seeing the world the way we see it? When she say that, then when she can't say that. but Kid Rock was racist. Well, yeah. Well, she said white people say, listen, white people that say they don't see color, like I said, all you have to do is ask her one question. Would you change your skin tone to a darker hue? And then here's another thing about the sector that bothers me. Let's say I was a chocolate sister, because I would love to be a dark-skinned sister. Dark skin with smooth skin with a baby face complexion, all of that, right? There's nothing wrong with being a dark-skinned woman. But when you hear another female in the sector talking about, she dark, really? Because was it a dark room? Was it a bad angle? Was it a bad hair day? What? Like, I would love to be a darker skinned woman, right? Am I? No, but I would love to be a dark skinned woman. Would I want to be a light skinned woman? No, But my my mother and my siblings is a lighter complexion than me. But I would love to be a dark-skinned woman. There's nothing wrong with being dark-skinned, but I don't even know why this is a conversation. I don't even know why this is a conversation, because men like women of all shades and tones and colors for many different reasons. Like I said, in this sector, beggars can't be picky. You guys are not walking around here, because if that was the case, then you wouldn't talk about it. You wouldn't talk about it. If you were on that level, you wouldn't be talking shit, because people that's on that level don't have time to talk about people that's beneath them. So nobody in this sector is beneath each other. There are people that is doing better than others. There are people that don't have nothing to lose in this sector, and you have to be very mindful of them, because they're the ones that are out here trying to take advantage and trying to take away other people's livelihoods. Because that, when you're miserable, you want everybody else to be miserable with you. When you don't have nothing going on for yourself, and you're not doing anything, or you're in denial, you will find any and everything to attack somebody. So like I posed the question, so what? Let me be ugly in peace. Let me do things that ugly people do, like travel, spend money, go shopping, go places. Let me do what other ugly people do. Okay? All right? Because we all know the elephant in the room. And that's another thing. Guys are so heavily entertained by, first of all, and I just want to put it out there and say it out loud. People in the sector talk about roasting. Who's the best roaster? Who is this and this and that? Everybody knows that when we first started the sector, there was the people that were in the chat were the roasters. They were the ones that was roasting any and everybody that came into the chat room, and whoever was on the panel were the beginning of the roasters. If you got up there on the panel, they would roast you, and then what it was a back and forth. So there were people just on the panel arguing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and that's what the sector was. Okay. The chatters was the ones that I was roasting, because I remember it, because I was one of those people. I would sit in the chat, people would come in there, and I would just be eating up people in the panel. I have screenshots, and one day I will release the screenshots of the sector. Like I have screenshots of just people just roasting in different parts of chats in the sector, and that's all they're doing is just roasting. Okay. What is going on now is the back and forth. I'm trying to one up you, and that's not roasting. That's jonesing, right? I'm going to talk shit about you. I'm going to make people not like you, or I'm going to talk shit. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to say things that's not true. I'm going to say things that I think I know about you. I'm going to put your personal business out here. That's not roasting. Okay. I want people not to like you, so I'm gonna go live and do 15 lives about you and keep going until you shut up. That's not roasting. That's jonesing. That's going back and forth, right? That's arguing. Okay. So the sector is a bunch of people that's like to argue and go back and forth and talk shit. And we all here for it. We all here for it. Shit. I'm here for it sometimes. We all here for it. Now, am I here for all the doxing and stuff? Nah. I don't think that nobody should lose their job behind the sector, because the sector was founded on the beginning. The main people that are trying to get everybody out of here are the main people that were the benchmark. They were the ones that were doing it in the first place. So to go down the line now and say this person should be up out of here, but these people should not because they benefit from it is wrong. So this sector is the roasting of the sector is and jonesing of the sector started with the chatters, because that's where my name came from, Joe from the chat sector, because I used to be in the chat trying to go back and forth with people. And then it was the time where I would go back and forth with certain people and it would be like 4 people coming at me at the same time. I remember in the beginning, I used to go at everybody, all the good guys. But after a while, they realized that's all I was doing. It was harmless, just going back and forth. And that's not what it is now. It's a lot of butthurt feelings. You got people want to sit on the panel, fighting for position, fighting for somebody's attention, fighting for Star's position. And we can talk about her next. I see people are leaving, but it's okay. They can catch the replay. So I wanted to talk about one person in the sector that everybody knows I cannot stand, because I don't really take anything personal. But let's talk about Stargate. Let's talk about our resident dummy, our resident brain dead, content creator, our resident idiot. All right, why? Okay. Why do men in the sector let her replay things from like way back in the past? Yeah, our resident bird brain, right? Someone who we all know was in remedial everything her whole life, and she lies and makes up shit 24/7. Our resident bird brain. Why are we entertained by this resident bird brain? What is she saying to these dudes behind the scenes to make them think that she's even worth listening to? This lady uses racial epithets to insult other Black women, and her reasoning behind it is because Black women don't like her. She calls Black women low class women because she does it because she said she thinks that she could throw a rock, that would be the rock that she throws. So my question is, and I'm not talking about Bird Brain 5.0. I'm just talking about Bird Brain 2.0. Why are we letting this Bird Brain play half clips, half text messages? You guys should know by now that nobody should be texting this woman, because the moment you send her a text message, it's going to show up in the sector and it's going to be misconstrued. And she is not a victim of anything. Right? This woman just comes on panels and and she thinks she's so funny and cute, and she's not. You guys treat her like she's a 30-year-old woman. This woman is damn near 50 years old. Menopausal age. Why? Menopausal. Y'all are entertained by some 50-year-old woman sitting around holding on to receipts of men who say she's cute or something nice to her. And y'all don't see nothing wrong with that. This woman is either some of y'all's older sister or y'all mamas. And when your mama sit around holding on to some receipts of some men on the internet flirting with her, And that's something to talk about. That's a big deal. Like, yay. Okay. Everybody, like, shoot. Dang, man, I wish I can let me go. I wish I had that folder, all the boys that flirted with me when I was in like elementary school, junior high, and college, and the little notes, you know, do you like me? Yes. Or do you like me? No. Why? Why? Why y'all listening to a bird brain tell fake fairy tales and make up shit? But you ask her, how come it took her all the way until almost damn near 50 years old to get her first apartment? Is that a big accomplishment? What she should have did was she should have utilized the sector and had a housewarming party or something so she could fill up and put some furniture in her apartment. That's what she should have did. But instead, no, she called we all low class Black females, women. We all wait. What does the sector say? We're ugly. The same dudes that will sleep with her will sleep with all the women in the sector if they could. Ain't nobody if they're single. Well, some of them if they're married, but ain't nobody turning down nobody if the opportunity presents themselves. I'm talking about the men that sit around talking about who they want or what they ain't doing or none of this and that. It's clear. It's clear. It's clear. So you guys y'all put her on a pedestal, and this is how it started. She was the only one in the beginning that really was camming up. Nobody was. I don't think the reason a lot of times the women weren't camming up because they weren't single. They was in relationships. They were chilling, you know. Now it makes sense not to because we got doxers and we got people that's trying to get you fired from your job and trying to control how you act online. So now it makes more sense not to do it now, huh? But back then, she was one of the few people. The men were the ones that were boosting her up and making her think that she was better than everyone else and trying to say women were jealous of her. And my thing is, no one is jealous of Stargate. She has to have a lot going for herself than just laughing and keying on a panel and flirting with men behind the scenes in the middle of the night and looking at porn. She has to have more going on for herself. She has to have money management skills and be able to pay bills and do these things. And as you can see from her stories, that the girl has struggled most of her adulthood trying to figure out how to adult. And so I don't know no woman that would be jealous of that, who has their shit together or is trying to get their shit together. Oh my God. If only I can get that attention that start getting online. If I could get that attention that Star gets online, I swear to, oh man, my life. Do you know how much money I would have if I was her? You guys listen to a lady tell a fake story about men that supported her in the beginning. There were men, the same males that supported her supported everybody in the sector. The same males who sent cash apps, because in the beginning, everybody probably was giving cash apps or getting cash apps. Everybody was getting to know each other in the beginning, right? So some people were, like I said, to a lot of people, behind the scenes is a motherfucker, right? So you got people behind the scenes that socialize with you, don't socialize with you no more, stop talking to you for many reasons. That's just what it is. That's real life, okay? Once people get to know you, they stop fucking around with you. Who knows, right? So you got this grown-ass woman sitting around on panels showing messages from 2021. But we have to remember, She was doing that shit on panels when it was Lennon Honor. She was to come on panels and be explaining all the interworkings of what Lennon Honor was doing and how he was doing it, all on panels. And we never paid her that much attention. We just laughed. We just laughed. We was like, girl, ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? He over there trying to get money. And she does that with everyone. She'll defend anybody that supports her or tells her that you got pretty hair. You got pretty hair. Especially when you cam up and you get your hair done. You got pretty hair. All right. Is that what you want to hear? You want a female to tell you got pretty hair when you do your hair like everyone else does when they do their hair? Stargate wants people to acknowledge her for the things that you have to do anyway. She wants, I took care of him. I took a shower today. You're supposed to. I got an apartment. I got a condo. You're supposed to have somewhere to live. Congratulations on that. You finally got you somewhere to stay. I'm eating top ramen today. I mean, what was she used to talk about? Chipotle. She was always celebrating that she got Chipotle. I'm getting Chipotle. But she don't tell you how every time she talked to a dude on here, she was so quick to put her child online with him. Why? Who does that? Right? She was so quick to bring up her child in the sector to anybody that wanted to hear her talking about her. But now all of a sudden, this child is grown now because she's been in the sector this long. That child's probably grown and out the house. Who knows? Her kids are grown. My kids are grown. She wants us to she wants to argue the point that somebody said something slick about her kids back in the day. But calling somebody out their name and making racial remarks and doing those kind of things to the point that somebody would want to beat your ass is okay. So my thing is for her is, can somebody please delete those goddamn her iCloud messages, her Google messages for me? Because her emails, because we are sick and tired of seeing some old ass messages. Some old ass messages. And what's really funny to me is she don't tell you where them old ass messages come from. She over here showing messages from Facebook, messages from IG, messages from, she not showing you no gifts that was bought for her. She not showing you no ring, but she's engaged. Okay, I ain't never heard of it. She ain't showing me, she ain't telling the story of how it happened. So he got on his knee and I said yes, and that's how it happened. Like, she's just telling stories. Yeah, and she lies so goddamn much, but I'm starting to think that that's just who she is. And I'm going to say this out loud because I say this all the time. That girl will defend everything that wasn't said about her, right? She will defend all of that. She'll say, I didn't say, and you said this, but I know one thing that she don't defend or say or mention. She don't mention that she be wearing a pamper. She don't mention that she be wearing them adult diapers. She never defends that. She don't never say, y'all need to stop saying that I wear adult diapers. I don't wear no damn adult diapers. She never defends it. So we already know now that we're dealing with somebody that's remedial. And I'm sorry, I'm saying it because I find what she says offensive. So I am giving her an offensive response. Remedial. Not well equipped. And brain dead. Yeah, a brain dead individual. Okay. So that's that. Hey, what's up, identity? So let her go live and talk about how Joe insulted her and talked bad about her and said this about her and her kids and what she wasn't and what she ain't. And I'm gonna tell you what she's not. She is not a pro-black woman. She is not a strong black woman. She don't stand for anything. Okay, that's what she is. She'll say any and everything to try to get under people's skin and to get people going. She likes to make up stuff and pick fights. She enjoys it because that's all she knows how to do. That's what she does it for. And if you guys don't want to ignore it, that's fine because that's your entertainment. But I can say what I want because this is my channel. And I ain't got to worry about being muted. So that's it. I can say what the hell I want to say, and I can talk the way I want to talk. And if people want to hear me, they can. If people don't, they don't. So the last but least, the other elephant in the room that I'm not afraid to mention it. I just ignore her. I don't know why y'all give her all this space on the internet. She says my name all the time. I am a goofy bitch. What else she be saying? I'm ugly. That's what the live is about. Why can't I be ugly in peace? Okay. But I noticed something else about the sector. I noticed that I don't know what's going on with her. I don't know what's happening with her. I just feel like hopefully this too will pass. I don't want to insult her. I don't want to talk bad about her. All I want to say is that get your life together, ma'am. Just get your life together. Come on now. Ain't nobody finna go back and forth with you. Ain't nobody finna you pick the right ones. Okay? You pick the right ones, the word salad, all that other stuff. Okay? That's what you chose to do. Okay? You like to be humiliated. You say it's fun. You like to be put down, and then you're right. You're not a victim. you everything that you doing is you chose to do it. You're doing everything that your heart desire, even on the outside looking, even if it look crazy to everybody else, you look crazy. Okay, you're too old for that. You're just too old for that. We grown. Okay, and so at some point you're gonna figure it out. I it's painful to watch. It's definitely painful to watch you. It's painful to watch you go back and forth. It's painful to watch the word salad. It's painful to watch you make up stuff. It's painful to see you reduced to defending yourself sometimes and having to focus on how you look. There's nothing wrong with any of the women in the sector and how they look. It shouldn't. I don't know how a person can push you into talking about the way a person look in the sector. We all have our own. We all have our own things that we battle or go through and stuff like that. You just chose to put yours out on Front Street. Don't know why. Don't you say you don't care, but yes you do, because if you didn't care, you wouldn't talk, you wouldn't bring it up, you wouldn't say it. If somebody says my name or says somebody you don't like, you can just kindly just act like what you've been doing. if you block a person, then don't talk about the person. Like what? Like what? So I'm just saying, like you crashing out, ma'am. You're crashing out. You may not agree with my opinion. You might not like it. You might got something to say. But like I said, this is my channel. I can say whatever I want. This is what it is. You know, I said it out loud. Am I ever going to say it to you? I don't want to engage with you. I don't want to have a conversation with you. I don't even want to talk to you. That's just it. Oh, yeah, they do. They will block you. And you're right, 100%. They will block you. And then they will cry about what you post. I think that if you block me, you should never be regurgitating stuff that I say on my wall. You shouldn't even be seeing what I'm typing. And if you see me in the chat and you're on a panel, pretend like you don't see me. How hard is that? I remember there was a year when I was in the sector and I was like blocking people just on purpose, just because because in my brain it was like they got mad when they got blocked, so I was just doing it for GP. But then after that, I said, "Oh, let me unblock some of these people, whatever," because I can ignore them without blocking them anyway. Like I could just pretend like I don't see them, and it was a big deal. It was a big deal, but you ain't gotta lie. You enjoy the back and forth. You like to respond. The one thing I can tell you about me is that when I say what I say, I just say it and I keep it pushing. The probability that I'm going to go back and see what you said, what you said after I said it is very, very small. Like I'm not going to do that. So if you say a lot, the only time I catch you saying anything is if I'm in the same area, area, or I'm around, and then you just drop in, and I just hear it at that moment. But I don't go back. Oh, see, I said something. Let me see what they said. Oh my God, I gotta run over here and I gotta respond. Right? I tried that because I wanted to see what it was like. And oh my God, that wore me out. It took me a while to cover. I don't even think I was ever gonna go live. Because I was like, oh, that took a lot out of me. But what I realized is that having that much animosity towards a person and carrying frustration and listening to a person you don't like, that can take a toll on your mental health. And so if you don't like people and you don't like what they're saying or what they're talking about, why are you sitting up there listening to it and responding to it? Like, is it lack of self-control? Is it lack of something? Like, is it, because is there interfering with your sleep, your eating, your thinking patterns? Like, what's going on? So I hope you get that shit together. I would say I'm praying for you, but I'm agnostic and you're an atheist. So yeah, so that's not gonna work. What I will say is that hopefully you learn better coping mechanisms and skills and learn how to not come at stronger women than you. That's all. That's all. Like learn to not come for women who don't have that emotional connection to you. That's another thing, because women like me, we don't have like we don't feel bad in a sense about ourselves after talking to you. We don't sit around and be like, I can't believe I can't believe she said that. You know, like we don't feel that way. Like, you know, the cockiness and the arrogance in some of us is like, listen, look what I have. Look what you have. You're over there. I'm over here. I'm doing this. You're doing that. I'm good. Okay. We're not going to break bread. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to have dinner. We're not going to ever meet up. You know what I'm saying? Because if we did, you'd be like, oh, you know, I was just playing. You know, girl, I didn't know. I just got in my feelings. It's you know, this is just a sector. You know how they do. Because that's probably what would happen. And then I would say, well, you know, I'll just like, whatever. Yo, you embarrassed yourself. So what else can I say? I mean, if you feel good about it and you okay, and then it's okay. But I'm okay. So it's not cute. You're not sexy. I don't understand. And I'll just say his name. I don't understand why you guys let Photon troll y'all. Photon does the opposite. Sometimes every now and then he'll hit some things, but he does exactly what he intends to do. Turmoil, chaos, confusion, and a little bit of if you go right, I'm gonna go left. If you go up, I'm gonna go down. What triggers you? What triggers you? Then respectfully, I didn't mean that. I'm just joking. Let me say that. Let me take it back. He does a lot of that. And so you have to have very thick skin to deal with him. And if you don't have thick skin, or it's just nonsensical to you, then you just have to learn how to just pull back and say, not dealing with that. All right. I don't understand the whole dynamics of letting somebody humiliate you on a daily basis. But at the same time, but I don't know. Like, I don't know, like, when is your breaking point? You know what I'm saying? What is a person's breaking point? What can a person say to me or do to me that will make me stop fooling with them? Because all I said is that you played the victim, you blocked me and made a bunch of lives. And that was it. And you just say my name every now and then. Right? But I don't think you'll ever go back, because I would have to be the one that pushes the envelope and go back and forth with you. And I'm not built like that. Remember, I talk slow. I talk slow as shit, remember? So, yeah. So, you know, not too many things offend me. But that's offensive. That's offensive. That's offensive because to me, and I'm just gonna say it out loud. To me, you're acting like the bird that you resent. And I don't need to give you proof or documentation or tell you how. It is my opinion and observation. And I have the right to have one. And I am going to continue to have one, just like you have the right to call me a goofy bitch. You probably do it in your sleep. But I have the right to say that you are non-factor. You definitely need to go and work on yourself, and you need to learn when to pull back and learn not to come at stronger women. You're no better than her. You're no better than Stargate. You're no better. Like, Stargate says it out loud and uses the words. But you say things and you do it too. You insult women. And you could say, oh, they insult my look or whatever. I've never insulted your look online on another man's channel. I never did that to you. So you're no better than Stargate. You just do it in a different way. You insult people. You talk down to people. You call people fat. You assume that you are the fittest person in the sector. You assume that. You have this idea of who you are, and some of us just let you be that. We don't have a problem with you. We don't have a problem with the way you look. I don't have a problem with your hair sitting on top of your head the first time they ever showed it. There was nothing wrong with that to me. And I don't think there's anything wrong with you. Well, you know, look wise. I would never sit on somebody's panel and be like, you ugly. I'm not a kid. I'm an adult. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. I'm sure that there's a lot of motherfuckers that would want to fuck your crazy ass. They would. I'm sure there's a long line of them. But the point is that you just have to learn how to pull back and stop taking everything personal. Because if you didn't take it personal, you wouldn't say it. Because you know why you came in this space. You came in this space to trigger people. You started that. That's what I know you for. You came in this space to trigger people, and then people started triggering you, which lets us know that you're human, that you're no better than the people that you were trying to trigger in the first place. You did exactly to them. I mean, and what people do to you, trigger you. And when they trigger you, you say reckless things out your mouth. Inappropriate things. And I don't even have to say your name because everybody knows who I'm talking about. See, that's the gift that I have, right? That I can talk about you without saying your name. And it's not because I'm not scared or I'm scared. I'm not. It's just that I want to show you I can talk about you without saying your name because you have me blocked. But, you know, you're very, you're very compulsive. You don't listen. You listen to respond all the time. You think that what offends you offends other people, and it doesn't. You say inappropriate things 24/7 and then play dumb. And we know you play dumb because you resort to like childlike behavior. Huh? What? How did I say it? I said what? You think I'm ugly. You think I'm cute. You the one talking about my body. No, you said it. You know, that is what you do. That's childlike. That's immature. And I want you to look up the word. I know somebody in the sector said it first before everybody else can say it. Arrested development. Look it up. I should see like a lie where you're actually Googling that and then you're actually using your Googles or ChatGPT and then you're like looking up all the stages. But make sure when you do look it up, type the word, explain it to someone with low emotional intelligence because you might understand it better. So that's my meanness. But the sector supports you because you're part of the sector now. You're a staple in the sector. You keep the sector going because you will always find a way to hit that panel and take over the show. And you make it where other people don't even want to come up there and voice their opinion. They don't want to say nothing because they either have to ignore you or engage with you. So you make it harder for people wanting to come up there. And so unfortunately, some of the content creators don't understand. They think that you are staple, that you are actually bringing something to the table. Yeah, insulting people. You're not a roaster. You're an insulter. All you do is insult people. That's not a gift. That's a person that lacks a filter, that can't control what they're saying. So that's all you are. And I've been saying that. You just hearing it now, if you are listening, or somebody's going to supposedly tell you. but you are an insulter. All you do is insult people, and when people are insulted, they insult you back. They're not roasting you. Okay, we're beyond roasting. You're not the best roaster in the sector. You are unfortunately an insulter, just like Rat Mix is. He's an insulter. He insults people. That is his claim to the fame in the sector, is to insult people. There's a few people that do that. They just sit around insulting you. That's not roasting. And so I'm here to clarify that. Just wanted to say it. Fight me on it. Yes. Or disagree with me. I don't give a damn. It's my channel. I can say where the fuck I want to say. And yeah, nobody can tell me I can't. So anyways, other than that, thank you everyone for just letting me talk and saying what I want to say. Those who are in and out, I know that I can be dry. I don't know if that was roasting or not, but no, I was just speaking my mind. I was just saying what I think. Maybe a little bit of how I feel. But we got 2.0 and 5.0. And maybe sometimes I'm going to put this out here. Maybe I handled you with kid gloves. Maybe I felt bad for you in the beginning. And I was like, nah. I'm going to be nice. What did they teach us? If you can't say something nice, don't say nothing at all. But then I guess it was missed. Somebody thought maybe it's because, maybe they thought I was walking on eggshells or something. Or people walk on eggshells around you. No, they feel like there's a mental health component there that you're dealing with, and they don't want to partake in it. They don't want to be a part of it. All right. So that's that. Let's move on to the next subject that I wanted to talk about before everybody runs. The lady of the sector. We have a person in the sector who thinks that people care, that in the middle of the night that he's going to get all us N-words. Nobody cares. I like to say this. Nobody cares what he says or what he does. He is a policeman. He works with the police. He talks to the police, and he calls random people out of the blue to try to report them. And my biggest question is to the sector: is this really content for a person to randomly call agencies to try to determine if they can get a person in trouble or not? Like, is that normal behavior? That is not normal behavior. That is somebody that is angry and bitter and hurt. I've never seen somebody that angry where they sit around all day talking about they're gonna get us. I'm gonna get you. Who am I talking about, people? Who am I talking about? This person thinks that people honestly are amused and entertained by his behavior. They think that they're amused and entertained. He thinks that he doesn't care. He doesn't care about Black people. He doesn't care about non-Black people. He doesn't care, but he sits on here, and his thing is, this is all content. Why you so angry, guy? My guy? Why you so angry, son? What's going on? Why you so mad? Like, so let me get this straight. So these people one up you, roasted you, put a little bit of your business out here, right? You retaliated, and now you're being resorted to sitting on someone's panel all day or night on the evening time, talking about what you're gonna do, recording yourself doing things, and you think that you're going to have, I hope people see it so they know who you are, so they will never engage in a conversation with you ever in life. I would never talk to a person that I know that was sitting around talking about how they were going to get people locked up that I never broke bread with. I ain't never met them in life. That's insane. And then think that, people are talking about, like, wow, son. Wow. Here's another one. How old are we? Man, I'm scared because I'm like, do we grow downward when we get older, or do we get older? I went on a whole trip and came back, and I'm like, wow, I would have swore I never left. I think that what you need to do, sir, is you another one. Seek some assistance, some mental health, something like that. I don't understand. And then you sound crazy. I heard this guy say that ain't nobody want to get you pregnant. Are we in the 40s? In the 60s? Are we back in time? Are we in the past? Are we in that day and age where women don't have the right to make the decision not to have kids? Like, and then ain't no man want you. You he sound, you know who he sound like? Mr. from The Color Purple. Don't he? Don't he sound like Mr. from The Color Purple? If anybody remember the scene when he was chastising Celie and then talking to her sister, tell me if he don't sound like that. Why? That is the most disturbing thing I ever heard in my life. That this dude actually is in character and he's acting like Mr. It would be funny if someone in the sector said, "Until you do right by me." But yeah, that's what he sounded like. And that was the most degrading thing. Like, this dude, you don't like women. Because if you like women, you wouldn't be out here talking to them about them under their clothes, insulting how they look, talking crazy, talking about you don't mess around with them old ladies and this and that. Sir, are we in like the 60s? The 50s, or the time where we, Color Purple was a book. It was loosely based on a story, a real story. And it was and Mr. was way worse than that. Is that what you want to be known for in the sector? Other than that, when Smoke be on the panel, they both be, well, he sound like Gargamel and Smoke sound like Azrael. I'm gonna get you, Smurfs. That's how he sound. And I'm just like, are you in character? Do you replay what you say? So it's okay for you to talk crazy under a woman's clothes. What if somebody talk to your children like that? You're a female child like that. What if some dude was on the internet saying that? He does, Brixton. He does sound like that. He's like, I'm gonna get you, Smurfs. That's the last thing that I do. And then here's the Smoke. It's like, what? What? Man, I so much want to like clip it and then make it like a little video and just show how that matches it. Like, and I just don't got time for all that. But to show you how much that's what he sounds like. So I'm thinking to myself, this dude is in character. There's no way. This is not real. Because I don't know men like this in real life. Well, outside of YouTube. How about that? I don't know. Like, I don't have a neighbor, a homie. Like, I don't have nobody that acts like that. And so I'm just saying to myself, this dude's in character. So Gargamel meets Mr. from The Color Purple. And then you got Smoke. Okay, boss. Okay, boss. Yeah, boss. Oh, man. Like, what? So my thing is like, that's another like waste. But listen, these are y'all homies. Y'all sector cronies. Yo peoples. You know what I'm saying? Tell me about the gun line, boss. Yeah, you sound crazy. Like superly crazy. So my thing is, okay. And then you got Professor Cupcake. She sound like the white lady that what she sound like? She sound like that white lady that was that got punched in the face by Oprah Winfrey in The Color Purple. Hey, what's up? Robbie, thanks for dropping by. Man, come on now. And the thing about it is that my thing is that that's my only question to him. I'm like, why you sound like that? I don't care. I don't care about these niggles. I was laughing when Speak did that whole thing with the counter to count how many times he had said it. Like he was going back and forth. Don't you remember the scene in The Color Purple when he got drunk? Like, come on now. But truth be told, when that white guy walked by, he be like, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, yes, boss. Sir. I got those packages, sir. Yes, Yes, sir. Yes, right. That's right. I'm the hardest working black man that you got on this their job. I show is. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He turned all that off. When you see a white guy drive by, he tip his hat off. He be breaking his neck for that guy. A white guy cut in line in front of him. He be like, I'm sorry, sir. And don't even realize it and that's what I'm saying. Like, does he go back and watch the replays of what he says? Does he know he sound like that? Insane, but he's our entertainment. They are entertainment on here. He can talk crazy until it's you. Till it's your job. Till it's your livelihood. Till it's your lifestyle. But here's the thing. He got so much anger towards women. Like, ignore us. We listen, we just little women's. Yes, we are. We just little women. We just gonna talk and gossip because that's just what we do. We women's. You can't be us. Okay? No matter how much. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It looked like he had his wig on the seat, but we women's, we gonna talk our shit. Yes, we are. We gonna say things. We gonna say all kinds of things. We gonna say you can't get up. We gonna say all those things because we women's. Why are you arguing with women? Why you got so much animosity towards women? Even if we say something slick to you, why you can't ignore us? We ain't that strong. We powerless. We just got vaginas. That's it, sir. Right? Or right? Why you got so much I only mess with the young women. Like women around 40 and 50 are like, girl, you see him? I wonder if he still can get his penis up, because if he can, we gonna get on that. Like, we ain't saying all that. Come on now. Like I said, if you can insult us, we can insult you. If we can, roast, talk shit, we can talk shit about you. Okay? But you taking it too personal, because you got animosity. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Women in their 60s, 50s, you know what I'm saying? I like my women, yeah. Man, I ain't never heard. I don't know what young women. Shit. I don't know any young women under 30 checking for no old man unless he got money, and they hope that he don't take medicine so that they could just take the money and ain't got to give him none. I don't know about that. Look, there's a lot of males out here. I mean, I know y'all want to believe. I know y'all want to believe that there's more women in the world than there's men, but that's not true. Look it up. We got the pics. We can have a stallion, like a star. We can, you know what I'm saying? We can have that. It's just, unfortunately, there's women in the world that just want the same 5 men, and that's the problem. Hello, TK Media. Yeah, that's the problem. It's a bunch of women fighting over a certain stock of men, and they but little do they know, it's actually more of them. They just gotta spread their horizons. You gotta leave the neighborhood. You might gotta leave the state. You gotta check a little bit, go a little further outside. You'll find out there's more out there. And it's all about status too, because if you ain't got your stuff together as a woman, you may not find these men. You might, so you're gonna have to get out the brothels, out those sex shops. You know what I'm saying? Get out those 579 stores and buy them little come get me outfits off of Shein that only last for a day. Maybe you'll find somebody. Learn how to carry a conversation, or talk, or learn how to manage your money, take care of yourself. Those are a lot appealing for me. I know it's hard because, like I said, you got a bunch of men out here that's hiding the fact that they sleep with ugly women. We got a bunch of men out here that will not admit that they sleep with ugly women all the time. And when they call you ugly, that's their way of saying they love you. Okay? And they wish they could get with you. So that's that. Fixes that. See, you got a lot of men out here, they hiding. You ask them to show you their dingling facts. Let's see those women that you were sleeping with back in the day. Somebody got Aretha pregnant. You hit that too? Okay. Somebody was messing around with that girl with them girls with that girl with them long titties. You ain't the only one. So all I'm saying is, if a man call you ugly or somebody call you ugly, that's their way of saying they love you. Blow them a kiss. Tell them, say, thank you. Because, I love when if a man call me ugly, because I wouldn't check it for him anyway. Like, wait, what? Oh, damn, I thought I hit on you. Damn. That was a diss. Oh man, wait, what? Did I ask you for your number or something? What? Oh, I was checking for you and then you had to tell me that? Oh, okay. Oh, I was just walking. You just wanted to let me know. And plus, if I was ugly, right? I've been ugly my whole life. I'm used to it. I'm like, oh dang, oh my god, I'm ugly. I woke up this way. Oh no. I woke up ugly. I wasn't ugly yesterday. Oh my god. So like I don't understand the men in the set. Like it's just crazy. Like the certain things. And then what's funny is like when somebody says, I don't know, because I think everyone's beautiful. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's just flattery. You ain't gotta say all of that. All you gotta say is, I know somebody hitting that. That's all. It don't matter what she look like. Somebody will hit that. That's it. Somebody wiped that person up. Somebody did. Somebody had children with that person. So that better. Sure. I mean, I guess I wasn't that desperate because nobody got me and I'm beautiful. Damn. Well, no, I had to pick of the litter and everybody wanted me and I just didn't want them. And like it's the delusionalness for it from me. Like being just superly delusional and just what, you should be just happy that somebody just spoke to you today. Like somebody just woke up and said, good morning. Like somebody was willing to wake up and look you in the face and say hi. Somebody woke up and rolled. Somebody, was in the bed with you, looked over at you and said, you got any plans for today? Yeah. That's, I think that life is that simple. I don't think it's that complicated when you get this age. I think when you're younger, you're optimistic and you're thinking about all the things that could happen and what could do. But then when you get like almost close to 50 or over 50, and then here's the killer. What if you're close to 50 and you don't even look 50? Like you don't even look 40. You're like right there, right? And people are trying to figure out how old you are. Man, that's a blessing. Ain't it? Ain't it a blessing? Can you imagine looking young and being ugly at the same time? God damn, that is like a triple threat. If you know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you. You guys probably be like, why she keep bringing it up? Is she bothered by it? No, it's just the topic. It was the topic. I just went all over the place because guess what? This is my channel. And I can say whatever I want, talk about what I want, probably go live again. I mean, I don't know. People ain't really pushing for some of us to go live. I mean, unless it's for fuckery, I need somebody to fight with. So here's what I'm going to do. If you want to argue with me on a live, send me an email and we can conjure up a storyline and we can start an argument, okay? I will say some offensive things to you. You'll say some offensive things to me. We'll make up some stuff. You'll call me ugly. I'll call you ugly. And we can go back and forth. Yes. And what's even worse is afterwards, we can call people's jobs. Yes. Okay. So anyways, how about it? And then when everybody picks a side, let's make up. Let's show up on a panel and just say, I don't have a problem with you. Oh, I never had a problem with you. I didn't say anything. I didn't say nothing about you. I mean, I don't know even why you bringing that up. Girl, you know we cool. What you talking about? I'm serious. Divine, send an email. I will put everything together I'll even have some talking points because I can't really think on my feet, and I'll try not to laugh because it's hard for me, to go at somebody and not laugh because it's kind of funny because it's like the person's not in my face and I can't see them. So when I'm going at somebody or arguing with somebody, it's kind of hard. I kind of got to imagine them looking a certain way. They got to look ugly. they got to have a moose knuckle as a booty. They got to give me something to work with, they got to talk about my mama or something. I don't know. Say something like, that's why what? That's why your husband's not having sex with you. Messing with other women. I'm like, oh, really? You're out here talking to all of these men because your husband doesn't give you attention. Nah, I ain't even gonna lie. Do I want a lot of attention? The good part about being online is that you can talk to people, right? And then instead of like excusing yourself or trying to figure out how to leave the party or leave the area, you just accidentally just click off. And then you're just back into like, what you're doing. So that's probably mostly the benefit of being like online is that you can leave the place immediately. Like you just click off. But when you're like engaging in activities outside, outdoors, you're like, yeah, let me go ahead and get up on out of here. Let me drive off. Let me go ahead on to yeah, and then you end up talking for another hour or so like me. And then I'm like, dang, then you're worn out and then you have to literally like rest from the attention that you're going to get because you get more attention when you're out with your family and your friends than you do online. Like some people will pay you some mind, and some people won't pay you no mind. And then some people pay you a lot of mind. Like you be like, oh my God, you be so overwhelmed. But then the only thing that bothers you is that the people that you want to pay you mind, they don't pay you mind. It be the people that you don't want no attention from giving you the most attention. It's always like that, isn't it? And they just swear you want their attention too. The one thing I used to do in the chat, which is hilarious, I used to say, I could tell that there's some tension between some people in the chat with me. And so I'm going to like antagonize them till they speak to me. And then they'll be like, and y'all know who this is. Joe just wants me to say something to her because her husband not saying nothing to her. And I said, gotcha. Got you. That little bit of attention was enough. Gotcha. And it's like, and I didn't even pick up on it. Like I could care less, sir. But just the fact that you telling me that you ain't gonna pay me no attention. I'm like, that's like what a bug does. Just bug you until you say something. And then be like, I'm fulfilled now. That's all I needed. I just needed you to acknowledge that I was there. I don't care what you say. Ooh, you gotta love Chad T, because that's who I do that to. That's who I've been doing that to. Now lately, I just lost interest, but yeah, I used to do that to Chad T all the time because he's another one. He's what I call a chat instigator. His goal in life is to instigate a situation, even if, and then he got his favorites and he got the people he really don't like. So, and I think I insulted him a long time ago, and I think I took it like a step too far to the point of no return, and so he just always gonna have animosity towards me. So that's just what it is. Sorry, Chad T. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know you did. You know, I didn't know you were in your feelings. My bad. But I can't stand you, Chad T, because you know why? Because you talk about me when I'm not even around. I'll be like coming to watch the replay, and I read the chat to see what jokes have been told, and then here comes Chad T out of nowhere. I'm like, here. What? Oh man, he's talking under my clothes again. Oh man, what? Dang, he know. I forgot that was my e-boo. Oh, my e-husband or wherever. So no, but that's just what it is. It is what it is. But anyways, did I miss anything that was going on in the sector? Diderot talking to Umar Johnson's father. No comment. I watched some of that, and I still have no comment. I can't get past, like it's hard when you have everybody in the sector got the same guest host, and so when you have a automatic guest host all of a sudden, and that person is taking over the live and stuff, it's hard to focus and pay attention. I'm trying to, because I think the last time I was over there, I was listening to them talk about I think they was talking about child support, and then they was talking about voting and the whole child support stuff. That stuff kills me. I said, you guys need to stop listening to these men that got default judgments. Y'all need to stop listening to these men who go to court and all they ask the judge is, so I got to pay child support. I don't agree with that. And then when the judge say, so how would you like to deal with parental rights? Well, I don't agree with the government telling me when I can see my kid. Okay. All right. Well, we're just going to deal with child support right now. So, yeah, if you want to talk about the parental rights, then you'll go ahead and have to come in court and file some paperwork, and then we could go ahead and talk about those parental rights. we got Seth, what's his name? Seth Marie swear his expertise is based on the fact that he has a relative that was paying attention to the system years ago, as if the child support system has not changed since then on parental rights. What they need to do is do what I do. In the state of Texas, in the state of Michigan, I think in Atlanta, they have videos of real child support courts, and you should see how many women actually get arrested and locked up for 90 days without for not allowing the father to have their parenting time. It's insane. It's online. Like they never come up with like any court cases. This is YouTube. You know how many live court? Remember the pandemic happened, and so a lot of those courts are Zoom meetings now. They have all on YouTube. Different. All you gotta do is type in parental, and you see men talking about how they had to fight. The mother I seen a lady, she was lying about saying that her kids was being how do you say it, being inappropriately touched by the father, and there was no finding, and they said, well, 30 days in jail, and she cussed at the judge, and the judge said 60 days and you'll get out when the father gets the child. And she was like, wait, what? So I wish that you guys would stop listening to men that have default judgments, men who did not utilize their rights at all, because you guys know nothing about child support. Stop listening to men who were actually tricked. They was they fell into some coochie. Okay, the condom was, see, what happened was there was no condoms around, and so the one he asked her, he's like, if I stick my penis in you and I ejaculate, I will not get you pregnant, okay? Right? Yeah. And that's it. Oh man, you said that you would not get pregnant if I stayed in here and lived in your vagina. You said it. Now I'm gonna be a dad. Okay. But I have sons. I always told my sons, if you stick anything like that in a female, the probability of you getting her pregnant is 100%. Condoms are not 100%. Do not let a woman give you a condom. You should always have yours. And the morning after pill is now sold. Not behind the counter anymore. All right. So those things were conversations as a woman, because when you have boys in your life, you really tell them, listen, do you want to be a baby daddy? Do you hear me? And when they don't listen, you say, see what I tell you. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Yeah. See, so what I'm saying is that I have nothing to say. Yeah, they do. They have expiration dates too, QT. They actually do. But like I said, that stuff is so behind. And Costco sells birth control pills. I don't know if younger people have memory, but they sell them. Plan B is everywhere. Condoms are everywhere. And the thing about it is, ladies, I mean, birth control is good, but they still need to wear a condom because sexual transmitted diseases. I mean, they still having syphilis epidemics. So what I'm saying is that these men are acting like, they've been bamboozled, hoodwinked into, and then when you have a kid, you ask for parental. Right? You would say, listen, I know and the baby is small. This is how it works. They start off with supervised, then it goes to overnights, and then it goes to, and I'm gonna be honest with you, and I'm gonna tell you this, and this is my personal opinion. I think that men should be awarded full custody of the kid from day one, because I'm gonna tell you this: if that was the case, there would be less babies. Men will be more pickier on who they get a girl pregnant, right? And I'm gonna tell you why in a second. And they ain't gonna want that responsibility, all that nurturing stuff. That look, you gotta literally wake up in the middle of the night, stop what you're doing, all this different stuff. It would be, listen, the birth rates will be low, because the moment the man have just one of them kids, and he got them all the time, he trying to find a woman to drop that kid off to. He gonna be like, I'm looking for a mama for my kid, because I'm with him 24/7. I gotta get a kid a bottle and go to work. That's crazy, And there are men who do have full custody of their kids. They know that it's a lot of work. So y'all play around, shoot, man. Listen, I'm all for it. Let's change the law. Let's give men full custody of the kid from birth, like right when the baby here. I'll be here to give him my titty. I'll be back later. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back. Okay, I'm back to give him my titty again. All right, you good, baby? Sleep. You changed the diaper and everything. All right, I'll be back later. I'll just be over here. and don't say, oh man, as a man, I would love to be. Okay, why you calling me? The baby crying in the middle of the night. I don't know what you want me to do. Hold him. I gotta get up in the morning. I gotta find daycare. Like they don't even take all that They, you know what I'm saying? Let me be that guy that get up and be like, where you going? It's my weekend, about to go see my kid. I give you child support. I ain't got to do nothing more than that. What? Nothing more than that. Yeah, I ain't got to do nothing more than that. I'll just come by and play with them, and I'm going to leave. All right, son. You know what I'm saying? You know, since I got to visit you on your mama's couch, you know what I'm saying? All right, son. All right, daughter. Got to see you on your mama's couch. You know, hey, baby. All right. Oh, man, I got to take them. All right, let me take them to the park. Now, listen, I'm bringing them right back because I can't have them for the whole weekend because I got plans. I got shit. You know, I'm single now. I got things to do. You know what I'm saying? Can't have them for the whole weekend. You know, so I'm going to come over here and, you know, matter of fact, oh, it's their birthday. You know what I'm saying? You throw the birthday party and put it together. I'll just bring some gifts, you know, and then, all right, well, I ain't gonna stay long enough to clean up, so because I got some business to take care of. I'll talk to you later. Yeah, all right, bye, son, bye. You know, like y'all, man, listen, let's really talk about what it is, man. Oh man, you got to get up and take him to school. Oh, your kid, oh, he threw up, and I don't feel like getting up. Look, man. You got to sit down in the emergency room all day because you got a high fever. And you got to go to work tomorrow. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I'm saying? I got to work too. Oh, so we both supposed to miss work because the baby sick? I mean, come on now. I'll be over there, but I only can stay for a couple of hours. Now, if they're in the same house with you, right? How many men had their father parent? Well, I don't know if a lot of men except to have their daddy, but how many fathers parent from that couch after they got home from work? Y'all better be quiet in there. I don't want to hear nothing. Okay, what kind of daddy you gonna be? If you could be a full-time daddy, this is why I asked Umar. Umar, if you was a full-time daddy, what kind of daddy would you be as a full-time daddy? What kind of parenting, like the first year? What kind of job would you be doing? Like, who would be babysitting? You know, what kind of food would you be feeding? You know, like what would be your baby's diet? like I have questions. If the shoe was on the other foot, now I just find me a good woman to take care of my kids. See, that's what men would do. If men have full custody of their kids like they do in other countries that a lot of people ain't never been, that's exactly what they do. They find a women's to take care of their children. So I don't want to hear all that. I don't get to see my kid. He was just mad because he had to go through the first stages of what you have to do when a kid is small, because the kid relied on the mother because she just had him. He wanted to be able to take the baby outside in the weather, in the cold and all that, take her down the street and then bring her right back. That's a control thing. So all that nonsense. And then because after the kid get older, then he would be taking the kid, but he has to have a stable place to live. As long as Umar's been in this sector, I ain't seen him in no stable place of living. So when Seth Marie be talking about, well, Umar Johnson, he had a higher calling and this and that, but I can use this as an example. What about men that go into the military, right? Or they're away, or they have a job, or a trucker, and they have kids. They leave the kid with the mother. They come see the kid. So that's no excuse. So Umar just makes up excuses. He know he wrong, dead wrong. He just was arguing. He just, his pride, his ego, he know he effed up. He didn't know, his whole world was coming. He saw all them women that supported him. Oh, what about this? Oh my God. And he had to try to defend himself. Umar was fighting for his life because what he did came back and what he created came back to haunt him. And so here we are. Of course, this is the Umar Johnson sector again, where once again heavily entertained by more of what Umar Johnson doing. I just don't understand the whole Lynn and Honor stuff. Like, you're beating a dead horse. I swear to God, I went over there one day and I saw a video and I swear it was a rerun. I didn't know he did it like a week ago. Like, what? he another one. He another Stargate. This man talking about the same thing over and over and over and over again. Like, how bad can... Listen, if this ain't even a series. Like, we already, if this was like a Netflix series and this was like, it's over. It's over. If anything, you should just have a little short to say, hey, this is what he just did today, and then keep it pushing. So I don't even know what Lynn and Honor's whole, like, this is not, but here's the thing, I get it. Because what it is that there are people that are every time Umar, there's no new people coming in the world, but his platform is a social spot. It's like a place where people can like voice their opinion and talk, and he's keeping that going. And so those people have somewhere to go, and they know each other now, and they send them money. And so that's how I see it. I just see it just like a little social spot that he got going on. But anyway, but Seth Marie kills me. I don't know how D. Darrell keeps a straight face. We on Lot be killing me, boy. We on Lot is the most loyal Umar Johnson supporter in the world. I ain't never known anybody to, like, if I ever need somebody to hype me up and keep, and I could be lying. Lying. When I'm ready to lie in life, I'm gonna go get We on Lot, give him a couple of dollars, tell him, support, make sure he support me so he can consistently defend everything that I am saying. Like, I need a person that could see, like, if I'm telling lies, just say, you know what? I don't know why we talking about that. That's her personal business. If he ain't did nothing, and I don't see how this is, like, because We on Lot is oh my God, I never seen anybody that loyal. I hope he's loyal. He probably, let me tell you, We on Lot probably loyal to his employer, but you know what? He couldn't be loyal to his mate though. But he damn sure loyal to Umar. He couldn't be loyal to the women, but he damn sure loyal to Umar. I bet you women see that like, girl, shit. You see how loyal that man is? He committed. He could commit to me. So anyway, so that's that part of the sector. The other part of the sector, where Rap Mix and I don't know, AAS, she's not interesting anymore. She really not talking about nothing. I definitely think something's wrong with her. I've always thought something wrong with her. I think she's another Professor Cupcake. I think they both got like some deal, they're in wheelchairs or something going on over there. And they just, this is all they could do. But it must be a miserable life. I'm telling you right now, it's miserable. Because she's a sleep teacher, and this and this and that. Please don't watch me. Please don't make a comment. Please don't contact people I know. Please. Please don't contact people that I know. Because AAS is, oh man, she's just, and then this whole Umar stuff. I just want to know who actually physically paid for the interview. That's what I want to know. I want to know who actually paid for the interview. And I want to know why. And no, I don't. I'm lying. And I want to know. Look, no, honestly, I just want to know what they thought it was going to accomplish. Like, why is she still here? Like, that's all I want to know. Like, why? Yes, why are you still here? Why are you still going at us? Like, why are you still going at the same people? Why are we still devils? I don't know you, sir. You're not coming up here. Nope. All right. So I don't know who that is, Vegeta, whatever stuff, sir. I don't know if you ever watched my channel before, but you can't come up here. There's not too many people that can come up here, and you're one of them. Nope. You can say hello in the chat, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No. I seen the way you move. I know how you move. I know what you click on. I know what you all about, and not over here. Now, maybe full time would entertain you, slander. Who else? Rat all of them, but not over here, partner. Not over here. And people should tell you that. Al Show paid it. Al Show got money. Yeah, Mashonda, she a little slow on different channels, sir. And just because you cammed up and covered the camera does not mean you would get up here either. That was all I needed to see. Cause sir, if you don't look like me, you're not coming up here. I'm just telling you that right now. I that's just who I am. I'm sorry. So so Brixton, they paid for it. Yeah, but see, they don't have no moral compass either. You got people that don't have any kids over here paying for a show. But that's their money. You know what I'm saying? They could use that money to travel, but they ain't going nowhere. You know, Al ain't going nowhere. He ain't getting off that island. And all I'm gonna say about Mashonda is I seen her. He didn't show his mask. He just had his hand like to the he just had his hand to the camera. And I no. Like, nah. You're not my cup of tea, sir. I would rather be here by myself talking to myself than to have you up here. That's who you dealing with. No, but no, Mashonda is special needs. So that's all y'all need to know. Like that's all I can tell you from what I saw of her. She's definitely special needs. So they, you know, because they hold the goof troop, they all special needs. They all got something like you can visually see, and you could kind of like see it in their conversation. So that's one of the reasons why I don't even engage with her, because she's special needs. Al just a special needs asshole. So that's why we were engaging with him in the beginning. We didn't know how special needs he was until he actually showed himself special needs. But he like a female, he an instigator too. Cause you know, he's another one. He's in a space where he's not really wanted either. But if he went to them other spaces, they just kick his ass right on out. But he want to stay over here. But see, for us, this is a little small space. So anything that's entertaining that could be, we put up with it. We deal with it. So, and I don't even have a problem with it, because all I could do is turn it off. But I just be it be irking me sometimes when I be seeing, you know, you just let the person go on and on and on. They just regurgitating the same shit over and over again. And you're just like, let somebody else say something. Why you run up there real quick? Like Mikey, for example. Why you run up there? And I'm going to say this out loud. Mikey does not have any kids. with his lying ass. Mikey, you don't have any children. You be, and the funny part about it is that 1 minute you be talking as if you seen them yesterday. The next minute you talk as if you just talked to them recently. The next minute you haven't seen them in a while. You do not have any kids. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be. You're right. I'm gonna be alone in here or in general. You're right. I'm definitely gonna be alone. You're correct. And you know what's really funny, sir, is that I don't have a problem with being alone. As long as I'm not lonely, being alone is not a bad thing. I don't mind. No, but you're weird. I don't do weird. You kind of give me like a serial killer vibe, like like you gonna follow me home vibe, like you driving around in a white van vibe. You kind of give me that vibe. That's why. I mean, that's just my opinion, but that's the kind of vibe you give me. You know, somebody coming up missing vibe, like hey, I'm being honest. Like I could lie. Well, I was like, I wasn't lying. That's why you laugh, because you're like, yeah, I can see how she see it that way and stuff like that. Let me take off my thing. But anyways, I don't know. Should I make this my one year live, or should I make a live where I'm talking shit and get people to come over here? I know you're not in the United States, but you still give me that vibe. It don't matter. Shoot. You said he's in Israel. Shoot. Hey, now that I know that, it's gonna be difficult for you to get definitely challenging for you to get a visa to come over here nowadays. QT. QT, I don't know if he know who I am, because if he knew who I am, he should have known he was not getting his ass up here. So if he and that's real. So he was not getting up here. Go over there to the men channel. See, listen, Pills will let you up there. Look, Pills. Well, anyways, other than that, I don't know if I covered everything. Yes, the sector is falling into a sleep. See, okay, yeah, our government, yeah, you're right about that. But you trying to figure out how and why? You trying to figure out why it's going to sleep? Because all the doxing and stuff. Like people don't want to have fun. We're boring. They don't want to play games. They don't want to do anything. They want people to sit on their panels and carry their show by going at people, and that's their entertainment. That's what they want. Yeah, and remember in the beginning, there was a part where it was they the sector is based on going back and forth. You know, see, at first I thought they wanted a wet t-shirt contest, but they also like wet male t-shirt contests too, because some of these men on here got big titties, just like us. And so because they got big titties, they want you know what I'm saying, they want to see their titties, you know what I'm saying, on the panels. Cause he wants to say something crazy, awkward, controversial. He wants to cause chaos and come on here and do some goofy ass shit and have his camera on, and you know. That's why I like my channel, because it's so peaceful. Like, I ain't gotta worry about like a rat mace coming over here under a troll account, clicking the panel and then playing porn in the background. Because I'm too tech savvy for that anyway. You ain't gotta worry about Stargate coming over here, sitting on the panel, showing her old ass goddamn receipts. You ain't worry about that. Yeah, Rev G is banned from over here. He was like the first person I banned from here. Like, I banned Rev G like in the beginning. Ain't gotta worry about AES and how her multiple troll accounts coming over here. I ain't gotta worry about Professor Cupcake coming over here. Like, let me tell you, less is more. Like, to me, and I ain't gotta worry about somebody that lied. I'm looking for attention with weird hair. Okay. I'm looking for attention. Guess what? You just gave me some. Now I'm so satisfied. And you're giving it the way I want it to. Like, because remember I said you can't come up here, but you can come in the chat. So not only are you giving me attention, you're giving me attention and you like my weird hair. Thank you. So anyway, no, you ain't gotta worry about that. You ain't gotta worry about somebody lying and saying that they were in the back and they were banned when they never was. You know, you ain't gotta worry about them lying up here. So I think it was a peaceful, quiet day. I could talk to myself all day long. If maybe I might do that. And then Spawn was just going in roasting him. And see, that's the weird thing. Do you go to other channels and see, people think that because somebody goes live, they have rights. Hello.
Yo, what's up?
What's going on?
So what prompted you to talk about this today?
I kind of was going to talk about it. I planned to talk about it. And so I said, let me just talk about it today since I'm free. Because I'm free. And I wasn't doing nothing. I was bored.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, like when you just like bored and you just like, let me just go live. Plus, in the sector, they said my name like a couple of times. So I was just like, and then I heard them say I do a live once a year. And I was like, oh. And I said, well, let me just go live since I have time today. I'm not doing nothing. And plus, I'm not trying to spend no money, because every time I walk out the door, I spend money. Like, I literally can't like stop shopping and buying things. So I said, I'm not going to shop today.
Yeah, and everything is going up like crazy.
Yeah, it is. And I'm trying to,
except for fruits and vegetables.
Exactly. So I got a whole bunch of that.
Yeah.
I've been buying a lot. I've been buying lettuce. I'm allergic to like tomatoes, but I've been buying like greens and stuff like that. So I'm like, yeah, kale, stuff like that. But I'm still buying eggs. Eggs is coming down. a little bit. So I know it's really pricey where you're at, but it's coming down in Texas. So I'm like, okay. But yeah, I that too. And then I'm not really boycotting stores or nothing like that. It's just that I think the last time he was in office, I ended up saving my money because you don't know what's going to happen. And plus I like to travel. So I just want to spend all my money on that. Like going places.
So out of all the places you've traveled, where is your favorite destination?
You already know, sir.
No, I don't.
South.
Where? Nigeria, Ghana, where?
No, the southern part of Africa.
South Africa.
Yep, South Africa. I love the culture, the food. Yeah, I just love being there. I've been to Dubai. I've been to Qatar. Dubai is overrated because all it is like everything
Tourist trap.
Yeah, so like everything that's like a tourist attraction in the world is just sitting on this island, like, and then it's like hot. Yeah, it's very, very hot. Like I was outside in the middle of the night and it was hot as hell. All I know is that I never used the term 30 degrees Celsius, but I knew that anything related to that was too hot. And I've been in hot places in Phoenix is hot, but oh my God, not like there. Like when they're like 125 degrees outside, what are you talking about? So, but it's not, that's overrated, but it's probably one of the safest, like, well, from what I saw, but I did see people like us or people that kind of look like us, but they wasn't us there. And I seen like, it's very kind of quiet and subdued, like, because I was in the malls and you don't like when you go to the malls here, people are laughing, talking real loud and stuff, and there is more like subdued.
Yeah, because didn't you hear that story of that lady that got arrested for yelling at somebody?
Yep.
Yeah, they there's no freedom over there for real.
Well, the thing about it is they left out a couple of things in the story. So she hit this guy from behind in a car, and then she got out of the car and then she was yelling at him. So that plays a part in the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they left. So the other thing is I'm pretty tall there. So I'm 5'7", right? When I was there, the women are like 5'5" and shorter. So I was pretty tall. So I was happy. I was like, yeah, look at me, I'm a tall lady over here. Because in Texas, I'm not tall. These women out here like almost 6 foot tall. Like you'll find size 12 shoes in Texas for women. So, but I'm 5'7", but I'm pretty tall. Technically, I'm above average height, but it was nice. Qatar was quieter than Dubai. And then when I went to Zambia, Zimbabwe, and I went to South Africa and some parts of Mozambique because I went to the greatest wonder in the world, which is the falls.
Where? Which falls? Victoria Falls?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was nice. It was really nice. And it is true. There are monkeys that walk by you. They don't touch you, but they walk by. So, but yeah, I went to Victoria Falls. I went to the Zambia side and the Zimbabwe side. And I'm not getting into the devil's pool, but I did watch to see if anybody was going to fall in. Hi, QT. I did watch to see if anybody. I haven't been to like Ghana. I haven't been to Ghana or Nigeria. I don't know. What's appealing about Nigeria? I heard there are some things to do there. I heard people go there and they showed me like videos when they're there and stuff like that, but I don't know. I like it.
Honestly, my favorite places to go was Victoria Island. That's
yeah.
But yeah, it's not really a hip touristy place to go. So, and I like it that way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because then we preserve the rawness that is Nigeria.
Yeah, and that's what I like. When I went, I didn't just go to the tourist places. I actually like stayed there, and I liked it like a lot, like the houses and stuff like that.
And who
Yeah.
was you touring with? And when you went, do you remember in 2020? Let me get my receipt to tell y'all what she was doing when she went. No, go ahead. I just had to do that shit. Go ahead.
No, but I just came back from I was okay. So I went to New Orleans during Mardi Gras, right? And then I went on a cruise, and then I came back. So I did that at the beginning of March. So when I went to New Orleans, we went to Mardi Gras, and on Saturday, so we went to the parade. We did all that. So me and my brother, we were walking down the strip of the New Orleans, and we got close to Bourbon Street, and we saw a truck just flying like across Canal Street, and we saw like smoke just coming out, and apparently 2 people got shot that day. Like, we were on our way, and luckily, if had I not left my phone at the hotel, I probably would have been down the street. Because on Friday we went earlier, so we were like, let's go there, but later, just to see what it was like. So we saw what it was like. We turned our asses right around and went back to our hotel. So did that, and then I went on a cruise. It was nice. I was drunk most of the time, but yeah, it was good. So I kind of like that. And so since we got whoever we got in office, I think I'm going to my friend's laugh. I think I'm going to go to I think I'm gonna go on another one, and then after he's out of office, then I'm gonna go outside the country again. I know Qatar has abused women. I was just, for you to get to those other countries that I was trying to go to, I have to go through Qatar or through Dubai. So I did not spend my money really there. I didn't buy anything there, because anything you could buy there, I could buy in the United States. Like, why would I buy? Like, when I was there, I'm from Chicago, they had Garrett's popcorn in the mall. So that's crazy. Oh, y'all muted. Look at me.
I stay on mute until it's my time. Because what happened, Spottum told me to hop on with him, but he told me, get out the house, go downstairs and get in my truck. So that's what took me so long to mic up, because I'm in my truck while he's upstairs in the house. See, that's how I got did today. But it's cool. I still love him.
Listen, why you treat your woman like that? That's insane.
It's a Saturday.
Yes, please.
Spottum over there trying to hide the fact that he got a couple of women on the side. You ain't fooling us.
That part, but it's cool, because guess what? I got the keys to the truck, so he can go do what he do. When I get back, though, my dinner better be ready, and my bubble bath better be ready.
Not the truck.
Mom got a stable, and he got guns.
I got the stable, and I got his guns.
And on that note, peace out, guys.
No. I was asking how he been doing, because it's been a minute. He's like, I ain't claiming her online. Let me get up off of here.
Exactly. So what's up?
Not just chilling. How you been?
So what? Listen, I'm good. I just decided to do my supposedly one of the maybe 3 lives that I might do this year.
Girl.
my boring lives that they're going to talk about. Joe is boring and she's slow.
Okay. You would think a new catch line would be on deck in the new year.
They don't even have good new jokes anymore.
Right.
Y'all ran out of jokes. Y'all can say a lot of stuff.
Because they do more talking instead of listening. That's the problem. They hone in on the shit they want to soundbite on and then run with it. And they'll run that for like 4 years.
Yeah, that's true. But listen, you see how quiet it is over here? It's peaceful, isn't
Mhm.
it?
Let me tell you,
So
it's
quiet.
like being on vacay over here. I mean, you
Yes,
know,
that's what I'm talking about. Vacation. Listen,
yes.
my icon drawn in the background, you
Girl,
know.
I love it because I was looking like, you know what, this is so surreal and like, okay, I'm digging this, because it's a terrible thing, like you said earlier, you go somewhere and then it's like a person will hop on and just wait for you to say something that has zero to do with any past anything, and then boom, I'm just like, yo, you just want to fight? Like, what is the purpose?
Or
What is the
or or
purpose?
or bring up something that somebody that no has nothing to do, something you said out of context, or maybe you don't do you realize that maybe you don't think that way, like maybe 4 years ago that's how you felt, and now it is, oh man, now that I know people, and I don't feel the
Right,
same thing anymore, like
right.
they don't let anything go. But like I said, they like wet man t-shirt contests is over here. They like men with big titties.
Wet draws because they want you to see the sack of their nuts. That's what that is.
Exactly.
See who got the biggest nuts. Yeah,
Got
that's
big,
all that is. And I'm just
got
like, for why? You know what I mean?
biggest
It's
nuts,
terrible.
biggest nuts, and peeing on their balls.
Okay. That because I look, I got that visual. So if they didn't catch it, I sure did. If they want it, you know what that means. Tiny ping 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 micro.
What's
See,
that
they
guy's
don't even
name?
get it.
What's that guy's name in the chat? But what's his name? Vagoda.
Mm, mm-hmm.
Uh, what's funny is I don't even know why he thought he was getting up here. Like I really like if anybody knew who I was, he definitely wasn't coming up here.
That's some crazy shit because I think the first time that I saw who that was, that's over there where we were over there at Max's. I was
Yeah.
like, yo, and then it was crazy because after that he just started hopping around and then he disappeared for a long time. So the last time other than today that I saw him, that he tried to get Stefan. That's what that was. Yeah, mute your phone. I mean mute your
No, that was my husband calling me.
I know I heard the hell. That's why I like mute.
Yeah,
But
you
yeah,
heard that? Like,
yeah, 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 yeah. Because
nah,
matter girl, what husband? You ain't got no man. Why are you
oh
playing
yeah.
with the people?
Listen, now yeah, I'll be on. Listen, it'll be a song, but I said I'm
Okay.
online.
She that
What?
she had a recording of a fake husband
Bring,
calling.
bring me on. She
Mm-mm.
gonna have to hurry up and end the live because he coming home right now. He let.
Okay.
Oh my god, I gotta go. I'm just saying.
Girl,
And
it's a mess. And I'm gonna have to keep this up too because I was doing laundry, so I was in and out. So I missed I missed a good portion.
oh no, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna private it.
Okay, good. Because I didn't even hear the beginning. Because I was like, because I was so I said, wait a minute. Because you know what I thought it was at first? The notification, I just knew it was a post. I said, oh, okay, I'll get back to it later. And then after about 15, 20 minutes, I said, wait a minute. It's alive. I was
Yeah.
shook.
Oh yeah, because I had put a message out there and said I'm gonna go live in everybody was sitting in Pillsbury, and I said, what if I just sneak and go? And then I
Okay.
dropped down in there while I was live. I said, I think Joe went live.
Okay, that's
I
what's up.
kind of do
Yeah.
that. Like if somebody else is live, I'll kind of go live. I was over there and I just saw the back and forth between I would never go back and forth because with Snoop because she got it. That's all I have to say. I'm
Yeah.
not her.
Oh, she was on pills going back and forth with somebody today. Because I was in there for a little bit and then
Yeah.
I went on and left. So 'cause I think I was
Yeah,
there when
you
she
know
first
who it
hopped
is.
on.
Yeah, you know who it was. The same person. Yeah. All I know
Uh-uh.
is
No, I don't know who this. No, because I've
all
been.
I know is just let me be ugly in peace. That's all I have to say. Yeah, QT. Let me be ugly and dark skinned in peace.
Oh, hold on. The thing dropped out of the sky. What they be calling that? I don't even know what the. Yeah. Diaper. Is that who you talk about?
Oh no, it was the other one.
My friend that you don't like.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
They was going back and forth. Oh
yeah,
Lord.
yeah,
Oh
like,
man.
yeah.
I'll
Mm-hmm.
be glad when y'all figure that out. But you know what I can say?
Yeah,
I'm just glad that we're all adult enough where it's like I can bop over there, bop over here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. I
that's what
mean,
grown women do.
everybody should be able to rock with who they want to without any without anybody trying to. I don't know.
Sway them to go to one side
I
or the
think
other.
right. I think well, there's sometimes it's like for myself, I just lead people where they at. Like
Right.
my goal is just to lead them where they at because they
Hmm.
ain't going nowhere. Hello, Queen Sanity.
I get it.
And
I
it's just good
understand.
to just lead. It's just good to lead people where they at and keep them going back and forth with whoever they want to go. I
Yeah.
just wouldn't lie because I feel like sometimes there are people that may want to talk or say something, and then you got
Right.
Stargate, and she gonna bring up some old ass shit, and
Yeah.
then you got people that don't care about your friend that much, and they don't want to hit the panel because it's like now it's gonna be this back and forth
Yeah.
topic, and they just want to talk about something else. And then the
Yeah, I
other
understand.
people might just
I,
want somewhere to chat and just socialize with each other because they don't talk behind the scenes. So
right.
it
I
is.
get it. I get it. That's the same because and speaking to your point, like uh we were trying to get off that Umar conversation and stuff, and homegirl popped up, and it's just like then full time went to some shit he wanted to ask me. I'll go to answer the question, and then the shit that I didn't want to answer, you know, turtleneck decide she wanted to. I'm like, what in the entire hell? Like, I thought we closed this chapter of this back and forth shit, but I had caught it before. Like, she was just trying to pick,
She
and I'm
does
like,
it.
for
Stargate
what?
does that. Stargate does that on purpose because she tries to get under people's skin, but at the end of the day, that's her.
No, but I'm
Um,
saying don't do that shit and call and play victim later like she did everybody before. That's my whole thing. I don't want to revisit this everybody jumping on her type of shit, which was a lie. We all know that was a lie.
but here's the thing, QT. She knows she lying. She wants you to talk about it because she ain't got nothing else to talk about or go back and
Right.
forth with. And then when you shoo her away and tell her you don't want to have a conversation, then
Then you
um
run in.
full
Well, she
time
running. See,
will
it must be true.
right, but full time will let her show receipts and let her play a video of you saying something back then and all this goofy stuff. And my thing is this. Um you're wasting your time. You're trying to she just, she's not mature. Like she acts like a
Right.
little ass kid. So her
Hmm.
growth and she listen, I said it earlier in the live. I said she was doing that. We didn't pay that much attention to it. But when people were going at Lennon, she was doing that too. She was sitting in there talking about what other people were saying. And it's just now she's is us. All the women are against me. All the women don't like me. Like we didn't all came to this consensus behind the scenes and say, guess
Right.
what? We all gonna shit on Star. It's just that nobody we mature. Like I don't want to be
No,
going
we
back.
just figured out who she was and just didn't rock with it. And then see, I didn't know her back like on from Lennon or anything like that. That's what I'm saying. I you know what I'm saying? It was
I
like
wish,
I
I
only
don't
knew
know.
when the sector formed. You know what I mean? When everybody came to Max's, it's like, okay, well, yeah, let her on, let her. I had no idea. I didn't understand when people was like, hell no, don't give it a link. And I'm like, let her have a link. Same thing with Flacco and everybody. We didn't know. Well, I'm gonna say those of us who didn't know her from over there. You know what I mean? So now when you're saying that, it kind of makes sense now. She was already known.
That's just like that lie that she recently was saying that she had that she was engaged, and then the messages that she was showing were messages from Facebook. Girl, I said this. Yes, the messages were from Facebook. That bitch didn't even know that we knew where the messages came from. Like she just
Wow.
thinking she like I'm like bro, I said show us a ring, show us some a plane ticket. Show us
Right.
that you even had a passport. Like,
Girl,
like
girl.
you over here showing us some
Look, how about
goddamn.
this? Unbeknownst to her, what she didn't even know, it's a couple of us who knew Unc from way back. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Hey, Keeper, we knew him from way back
And then,
before
and then
everybody. So she not even realizing it was all a setup. Yeah, she got a little coin, but it was a reason she was getting that coin. Okay, it was all a setup. She didn't even know.
exactly, and
Okay,
then and
he
then
didn't
and
want her like that, right, Keeper? We know.
and
Joe,
then
they
and
didn't
then
know that
you
we knew Unc well before. See,
and
that's the
then you
whole
see the
problem.
and then you see the little emojis, and then it's like, damn, he sent them emojis to everybody.
Hmm.
He used to type those emojis. Hey, he used to type those emojis
He's doing that shit in
um
the chat
in
and
the chat.
everything. Right, right. Oh, and how about this one? Hey, Star, if you're listening, dear, how about this? Unc has asked for many of people's cash apps as well. Where in the
Exactly.
freaking chat? Nigga, stop.
Exactly.
It's
I'm
like,
like,
what?
girl, you done locked your goddamn
Right.
mind. I'm
Right. And he
like,
was doing it because it's certain people he likes their conversation, he like they get down, or he like that they roasted somebody or they was funny. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, what's your cash app? See, she didn't
she
know that
know.
we was knowing all it is.
She didn't know. The problem that I had with her was that was 2021 when we all were talking, and everybody was like, the behind the scenes is a motherfucker. Like I be trying to tell people.
Hmm.
And everybody was friends. Everybody was like meeting up, going to chats and talking and trying to see who's gonna ever go live. And
Mm-hmm.
you should go live
Mm-hmm.
and you should create a channel. It would be
Yep.
good. Make more channels and people would, everybody was, and then Max was like, yeah, and I said in the chat one time, I said, if 50 people subscribe to me, I'll go live. And they did,
Right.
like in like
Yep.
an hour or
Yep.
so. And so that was around that time. And then but you showing some Facebook messages, like people. That's what I don't like about the sector. They be showing all these messages and showing like what they was doing, and then they look they actually make themselves look bad because she looked bad. Because I'm like, damn, how many of these niggas behind the scenes was you talking to in video camera with? How many of these motherfuckers know what your feet look like? What is
That
going
part.
on?
Yeah, and if she keep on playing, she ain't gonna know. I'm gonna get some evidence on her. See what I'm saying? If
Exactly.
she want to keep playing, I'm be like, I need to be supplied some information, other than what's already infoed, if you catch my
Exactly.
drift.
Like
Okay?
those that the full receipts ain't listen and can't be in somebody else's hands.
Right.
But
Keeper, keeper.
we
Look,
don't
look what
live.
Keeper wrote. Look what Keeper wrote, y'all.
Yeah.
But Keeper, here's the thing. We also, that's why I said she don't realize we could just can you send that information? Not that type. I'm talking about the kind visual. Girl, don't let us start pointing out what it looked like. Don't let
Yeah.
us do that, girl. You better slow your roll if you think somebody playing about who know what when you be playing these little
Exactly.
games, okay?
And
It's people that know.
cause I'm still mad about the girdle, knowing damn well that was a pamper. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. But see, but listen, but all the women are against her. You know what I'm saying?
I think the dentist is against her because where's all her teeth enamel? How come ain't none of y'all ever brought that up?
Man,
Where's your
look,
teeth enamel, homegirl? Turtleneck, where's your teeth enamel?
listen, I'm still stuck on the fact that she I'm still stuck on the fact that she was celebrating her first apartment
Ciao.
at 50.
Listen, you gotta get in where you fit in.
I need my child. Listen,
And
I
didn't she leave home real early in life?
man, let me tell you
According to
something.
her,
Just like
she
I
left that
told people,
early and ain't got
just
shit
like I
until
told
50.
people, Yeah, just like I told people in the sector. This girl came on the internet and said that when she was 16 years old, she moved in with a grown ass man and her mama couldn't tell her nothing. I said, girl, then I said, right then and there, we already know that girl didn't finish high school. And I'm going to tell you how I know. Because that grown ass man wasn't making her get to school every day. He and he was messing around. He should have been in jail. Because he was like over 25.
Damn.
But she'll come back and say she didn't say that. But I remember everything she said. So that's all I needed to know. I say no 16-year-old girl going to school every day if her and living with no grown ass man.
Lord.
And then you bring up, and then remember she was in poly relationships, and then I said
that's what she said. Remember, it never connected. But go ahead.
And then I said the other women, they didn't want you because you gotta know how to cook and be a part of. They don't want. If she nags the women in the sector, she would be nagging them other poly women. Why you like me? Why you don't like me?
Oh my God, for real. It's not my turn. You're right. And you know what's crazy too? It's like you can't be a broke and have all them females either. Okay. You have to be able to put in all of that. And then this the other part is like if you say she left that early. Okay, now I really do believe the diaper thing now, because you know when you all the way grown and you've taken care of yourself and you wasn't all out there. We know it's grown women. There's certain residual effects that happen when you out there like that, and she's still dipping it and doing with niggas online. So it's fair to say she can't hold that together, and it's a possibility. Give it like 4 more years, her shit gonna be by her kneecaps, because you know that does fall. I forget what they call it, some kind of plasia, something. You know when your cooch fall out, she gonna be that chick.
When your cervix drop and stuff like that, and you
No,
got
bro, that ain't it's the actual cootie coo. You know the
cootie
you
coo
know
drop.
all that the coo. Yeah, yeah,
because it's all worn out. And then when she told that story about the man putting his hands on her, and she said, because he had the money, and I told him why, and I kept getting in his face, and I kept telling him, and he wouldn't tell me why. I kept asking him, why you keep making me look bad in front of them, and he just wanted to leave, and then he hit me. And I said right then and there, I said, she's one of those women that when if a man is backed in the corner and he ain't got nowhere to go and he's doing bad, he gonna come out and put his hands on her. Because she do it here.
Yeah, that's what she do, and that's the thing. She wanted them. No, I'm gonna keep on. I'm gonna keep on. Just like she did at the Carrie, and we was trying to tell her, like, listen. She said she don't want to deal with you. Don't come over here. Just she done. No, I'm gonna keep on coming. I'm gonna keep on coming, and I'm just like, that makes no sense. But it speaks volumes, and I just. That was the thing where she got upset with me. I was trying to look out for her, like, damn, that's like the way we look at men, right? If that was a man, what is it? What is the consensus? No means no, right? That's what we say to men on any level that makes us feel threatened as a woman. So it's the same shit. Like she said, no, like, no, I don't want to with you. And you go, oh, but you will. See, that's a rapist mentality. And she's so fucking stupid, she don't even understand that that's what that is.
Listen, let me tell you something. She would got in my face, kept telling me, I would have kicked her right in her titties and kept it pushing.
Listen.
I would put my leg up and say,
I feel the same way. Because I keep saying, like, all this yelling, all this for nothing, especially for me, all of a sudden. And she's talking about, oh, I said something. And that's, I'm like, bitch, I ain't talked about you in years. Like, I thought we was cool. That's why everybody's like, wait, I thought y'all was cool. Yeah, cool in that we could be cordial. Because it was just like, I don't want to be doing this shit no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, just end it. So with that being said, it's like, now you starting this shit. And all I kept thinking, and Star, I hope you hear this shit. If not, because I don't foresee myself, being in the same company again, because she don't like to let people talk. So I'ma say it here. All I be thinking is that for all the, oh, I'ma keep on. And she be talking all that shit. Let me know whenever you come to Cali. All right? Let me know. Because I promise you would never do the shit that you doing in my face. It
But
just
I
wouldn't happen.
always say
And it
that.
could literally be me and you. You would never do that. And because you say you're not a fighter and all this type of shit, and yeah, and I'm older, so I feel like you're supposed to have an upper hand, right? Because I'm older.
Mhm.
I'm telling you, you would never do that shit in my face. If you feel like you would, please let me know whenever you come to Cali so we can have a sit down. Because I would love to see that. I would love to see you to try that shit in my face. That's all I'm gonna say.
All I'm gonna say is this: she just need a belt because she did her butt with. Um, she just likes to antagonize. She just has childlike behavior. She wants to get on your skin. She throws fits, and she just throws temper tantrum. Yeah, and she whines like
But
she's.
she
I
but
remember
she has a fixation, and that's why I'm like, it is something wrong with her because she stays stuck on one thing, and once she get in her head, even if she quote unquote becomes cool with a person, that shit still stays in her head. So at any given moment, if she even think somebody is saying something about her, or you talk to her, let's just say in the same manner she would be talking to you, it
Mhm.
becomes that old thing again. And then everybody name, because do you remember, Joe, back in the day when I just be like, I'm just gonna stop even commenting in the chat because I felt like every time I just made a comment, now my name is in her conversation when she's talking about all the women, and then all of a sudden, because remember that time, cutie, and I'm like, what the fuck? I ain't even said shit. I'm just saying hi to y'all. That's
Mhm.
literally all I would do is just speak, and I would just kick it. But my name just, I'm like, what is wrong with her? I'm trying to do everything I could to like just dead this shit, but that
Well,
wasn't enough. So she's
she just,
stuck.
nah, she just said it's like, yeah, I can't. If only I could be the prettiest and people be jealous of me because I'm pretty, then I could just go with that. But then that's not, like I said in my live, I said these men sleep with ugly women all the time.
And
So
dirty feet. Huh.
yeah, and dirty women, ugly women, all the time. The mother of their children. Show me show me something.
Right.
So and so I'm not competing with women in the sector for what I already have what I want. So I'm
Right.
not competing. And then the other thing is, are we really competing for the men in the sector? Are we really gonna sit here and or what? And it's like they'll say this too. They'll say, "You just mad because I'm getting because I can come up here and they let me talk." And I'm like, okay, just go live. Just go live.
Yeah, and you notice they starting that bullshit again. Oh, they just jealous. They just jealous. You know who's the ringleader. And it's like, again, of what? If motherfuckers wasn't jealous back then, why would they be jealous now? And that's the problem. Is because you know what I'm saying? They get that, she gets that in her head, and she'll run with that. And it's just like, for what? Everybody really, there's so many people who have fallen out and have made amends and ain't had no problem since. There are people who actually took a side back in the day and then somehow ended up talking on a random panel and became cool. She's the only person, far as the females, uh who will keep continuously going at the same females with the old ass stories consistently. It's like, damn, when does it end?
You know the word that I don't like in the sector that they keep saying is male identified.
Oh my God.
That's like what? Male identified. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't like that terminology. It's like something they heard and then they start saying it and then they just, it's like now it's an epithet. Like, let me call you that. But the one thing that people have to understand is that jealousy is just a term that people just run to because they don't know what to call it when people don't fuck with you. Or just decide they don't like you. Or decide that they don't want to, go back and forth with you, or they just don't like the way you move. Because jealous of what? Like, if you look a certain way, if I wanted to look like somebody, it wouldn't be you. Okay, so that's number one. Okay, am I jealous of what you do, or who you socialize with, or who you talk to? I talk to the people that I want to talk to, and they talk to me, so I think I'm good there. So you have to figure out somebody that doesn't talk to me that talks to you that I want to talk to me. So that's not it. Am I jealous of status where you are in life? No, I'm not.
No.
No, I'm not, because I'm not I'm not almost 50 getting my first apartment. So that was embarrassing. Like, I'm like, it's like somebody celebrating the first time. You know what? First time I'm in here, out here all by myself. Like, let me show you, and let me walk down my hallway. And I'm saying to myself, damn, my closet is big as your. I don't know. My thing is this: is like, I don't commend anybody for being independent and having their own place and all this. And I commend anybody that supports somebody if they don't have what they need, and if that's what people want to do. Like, I didn't tell people, don't give that bitch no money. She don't spend it on something else. She needed a place to live. She needed the first month, second month on that little condo. We don't even know if she still live there anymore. She could have been living somewhere else. And she needed those things. And what she should have did was, since she got her first place, she should have been nice to the people and say, hey, I need a thing for my first plate. My gosh.
That's what I was gonna say. Because the sector is pretty supportive, you know what I'm saying, of people and whatever their endeavors are. And could have, man.
That's right. And if you guys want to donate to my next trip, go ahead and got me a cash out.
But cash me out. Right.
Yeah,
she don't go about it.
Cash out so I can travel. I promise I will send you pictures. I'm gonna post pictures this time. I was just like, fuck it. But what I'm going to say is this. She could have got more, but what she did was she picked fights with people in the beginning, because, like I said, I hate the term male identifying, but what happens is if a man likes a woman more, for the best way to show her that she stands out over all the women is just to go at the women that person doesn't like. So in her mind, it's like she's hearing, they just jealous of you, stop. What? They just jealous of you, stop. Because you look better than them. You look better than them. This is how it goes off. They just jealous because you cam up. You cam up. I said, apparently, not only does she cam up, she video chats. She shows everybody her children. She talks to
stop it.
Oh, she don't got no limits. And then the women, the women that do have limits, why you don't show yourself? I said, those who know me know who they talking to, because that's how it works. If you talk
what
to somebody,
you look like,
you eventually kind of say, okay, yeah, this is me. Now what's up? Right? Because you don't want to be talking to a scammer or whatever. So that's how that works. And then those who don't know sit on the internet trolling. And so what I'm saying is like, well, you, and I'm like, what are y'all fighting over? Cash out. What y'all fighting over? About $50, $20?
Right.
$50 here, $100 there. What y'all fighting over? What y'all what y'all need? You know what I'm saying? You need this for your basic needs.
And I mean, and then it's like, okay, what kind of prostitution goddamn ring was she running? Because it's like that's what it come down to. So like how you said, you have no boundaries. So you was doing all that shit for cash apps.
Right, but you gotta be threatened by somebody's success.
And when nobody flying your ass out. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? It's just disgusting. And that's why I'm like,
right, but you gotta be threatened by somebody's success. So my thing is, what is she successful at so I could be threatened? Yeah, this ain't a shade room. This is us talking out loud. Like we talking our shit. But anyway, no, I just need to know like what I'm threatened by. What is she successful at? So I can figure out if it's a threat to me and to my livelihood. Or is it a threat because there are certain men in the sector that give her attention and apparently that's what I want. And so if I want their attention, you just mad because such don't give you no attention. And I said, I hope not.
Hold on. Stephanie, what are you saying? You don't know why you can't comment? Are you talking about in general? Because I see your first comment, old ass stories, or are you just talking about you don't understand why you can't comment in general in the sector or something? Because I see it. Both of your comments.
Yeah, I see it too.
Joe sees it.
Listen, yeah, go ahead, Joe. There's only like one person. The trolls are there's only one person that's blocked really, and that's only Rev G.
Bro, I never forget that first live. That was hilarious. Like, what is he over? I was there. I was like, yo, really? That shocked the hell out of me. I was like, oh,
nah, I can't do a walking contradiction. He's a you know, and especially with him like doing the stuff he was doing. Nah. He fine. You know, the funny part is that I and then he lied because I've never been in his chat before ever. Like I've never been to the whole time he's been on here. I've never been to his lives, and for him to kind of one day he said, one day he had said something like
hit the link, Stephanie, because we see your comments, girl.
Yeah.
Why would you be getting deleted? And why she doing that? I'm gonna mute while you talking because my laptop is getting low. I'm gonna be on mute, but I need to plug this thing in.
Yeah. But no, I just don't understand. And like that's like they use like elementary words on here. Jealous. What's the other word? Like just like little kitty words.
She said she keeps saying something about
I see
a bird party.
I keep saying
we didn't see the other one.
We need to throw a bird a party for moving in.
Bird party.
Yeah,
a housewarming, a bird warming.
Yeah, bird warming party, and then like everything we buy is small. Listen, I say everything we buy for her should come off of Temu. I buy everything from Temu, and then they be all like extra small, everything that's like little tiny things. Let's order, go ahead and put your wish list together on Temu, and we'll go on there and we will purchase items for your crib, your house. Stephanie, while QT has me on hold, I thought about it not just as a joke, but I was thinking about doing a live until she said until I remember what she said. She said low class black, and then that was it. And she thinks that's funny, but she's not the only person that says that. AES says that shit too. And so, and they think because they're black women that they could call us that, you know, and it's not the same as if somebody that's a non-black saying it. And it is. Oh. You said you can't even find it. YouTube hates you. Maybe it's the device that you're on. Like you could tell when I'm on my phone. Like, oh, okay. There you go. All right, Stephanie. Mic check first. You got to do a mic check first.
What it do? Mic check 1 2. What it do, y'all?
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Cool. I don't know why YouTube must have the kibosh on the term housewarming, because maybe too many people come up here and the chats on YouTube and solicit for housewarming gifts or something. I don't know. But like every time I typed housewarming, it would just delete that comment. So what I was saying, I was agreeing with y'all that if she had been cool with people when she moved into that house, we would have done like a linen on her, thrown her like a little, like, you know, make a list, and we would have gotten her stuff if she needed to furnish it or she needed stuff for her kitchen. Like the sector would have done that for her. But yet, you know, instead she made us all enemies, and now it's like, oh, you got your first place now. It's a joke instead of like a thing that we helped her celebrate.
Well, and that's water under the bridge, because I don't care who you are, black, white. If you make racial comments,
exactly,
you're not getting anything.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Is like if none of that had happened, if you know, if she had just been like had some sense about whatever disagreement she had, which is still hard for me to fathom because I still don't quite understand what the quote unquote women of the sector did to her, you know. But like if that had just been able to like run its course like a normal Fallout, then yeah, we wouldn't be here now. And yeah, like I'm saying, like if we had come to this point where she's sitting there saying shit like that, and her little besties saying shit like that, you know, then I think we would have done her a little honor. Probably, maybe. But you know, that's what I was trying to say in the comments. We would have given her. I should have said a nest warming party. We would have thrown her a nest warming party if she had said cool. But for whatever reason, YouTube won't let me type housewarming. It was deleted every time.
Listen, all I know, that was no nest warming party. That would have been my first apartment ever party that I was bragging about on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what it turned into, right? That's what it turned into. Yeah.
And then AES thought she bought the condo. She's like, no, I rented it. And then she was like, hey, this person bought it for me.
Right.
And I'm just like, girl, if you don't go sit your ass down. If
yeah.
You don't sit your ass down. And the thing about it is, like I said, you bragging about stuff that grown people have to do, you know, anyway. Now, maybe because you got out of that wherever living that you was in, the situation that you was in, or the shelter you was in, or whatever you was, and now you finally out here on your own. But this ain't the sector for that anyway, because this sector will only embrace certain things. And so, like, when you think everybody likes you, and that's just like I said, the whole thing with the male identified topic. I hate when women say it, because it's like, first of all, what do you mean male identified? Because sometimes I agree with the man's point of view, and then sometimes I take the woman's point of view. But at the end of the day, we're all humans, you know, human beings. So, you know, each person has a point. But with her, I think for them, male identified means that if a male says, yeah, baby, you know what I'm saying, godmother, then they be like, and then they agree with them. That's their definition of male identified. So if a male in the sector, men in the sector kind of like big you up and favor you more, you're compelled to defend their point of view and go at the women that they have an issue with, then I think that's what they're trying to say, I think. But at the end of the day, that those men are only doing that is because they like a wet t-shirt contest. They like women going back and forth with each other. They like women talking down to each other. They like women sizing each other up and telling each other that one is bad and one is good. And so since you're bad, see, you know what? She ain't shit. Show us your titties. She ain't shit. Show us your titties.
Right.
See, we seen her titties. They big. What you gonna do now?
Right.
Show us your booty. And then,
right.
you're over there like, yeah, I want to see all of it. So I get it. I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, you got a point. You got a point. You do got a point. You got a point.
And so the point is that but in our group, in our like community, we're like we fall for it every time because we all want to be like how do they say it? We all want to be recognized. Like some women just want all eyes on them. They want people to, and these dudes don't care, because one thing about it is that if there's a difference between a man thinking they can hit and a man actually knowing that they can hit, right? And so if a man thinking that they can hit or they could see certain things, they won't tell you whatever you want to hear. A man that knows it, he ain't gonna do all of that. See what I'm saying?
You got a point.
He ain't gonna do all of that. So you're competing with men who you ain't even finna give nothing to anyway. So with other women in the sector, and you're like, oh, I remember this. I used to tell my friends, girl, that guy like you. And I said, but I'm not attracted to him. That's not a flex.
Right.
That's not a flex. That's not a flex when a whole bunch of men that you never gonna be with or even decide to date. You're not even gonna give them the time of day. If these dudes was out here in real life, on the street, they ain't finna walk up to her. She ain't finna walk up to them. So that's not a flex. That's not a flex talking to a man that I'm not attracted to.
Indeed.
You got to find out first. Are you attracted to this guy? Yeah. Then flex on me. But I'm not flex. Man, come on now. So that's what's going on in the sector. So Stargate, she could say we hate her and hate women. No, I don't hate women at all. I actually am pro. Well, I'm a humanist, but I am definitely I definitely believe in Black womanhood and all this and that. It's just that she don't support it, because nobody should be calling. I don't care if you hate my guts. Don't call me that. And then I think I asked, I don't know if I asked her or somebody did. I said, how would you feel if somebody called your daughter low class and all this other stuff? How would you feel about it? Well, it depends on what she did. You see what I'm saying? Like, no.
Yeah. And I think even somebody asked her, like, well, how would you feel if your daughter was the one that said it? Right? And she wouldn't even say, like, I don't even think she said, like, she would try to correct it. She'd just be like, well, it just depends on, did that other girl deserve it? Like, okay, hang on a second. Like, we need to step back and look at what's really going on here. This is serious, and I think, like, I don't know why. It's just so obviously, like, something you don't say to people, regardless. And so I don't understand, like, the level of complacency that happened in the sector, letting her continue to do it. It's just a really sad state of affairs.
let me ask you this, Stephanie, because you get a lot of flack in this sector because, like, this is how I feel. Like, if you were saying it and you was a Professor Cupcake in here, you wouldn't even be up here, right?
Yeah.
If you were saying it. And so you always have to walk like a fine line, because you know that in this environment, there are some of us that's really like anti-racism. Like, you can't say, even in a joking way, you can't say it, but unless you're a Professor Cupcake for some reason. But I
Right.
don't know. And so, like, with what I've seen is that here's this Black woman that's making racial comments, trying to antagonize you to say them too, or to try to bring that out of in you. And you said something to the effect that all white people are racist. Like, like, and I was like, yeah. I always say this. I said there are white empathizers and then there are white racists. And a white empathizer is somebody that knows that racism exists, knows that we got the short end of the stick, understands that, but at the end of the day, because of where we are and because we're under this whole regime, they understand that if they were us, they would experience racism. And so that's not something they're not like dying to be a Black person. and so that I call them Black empathizer. And then I say there's racists. There's only like two types of non-Black people. There's either you empathize with us in a sense, and you kind of know that this is something that you're aware of it to a certain degree, and then there are racists who they know, that's just what it is. But at the end of the day, people say everybody's racist because we live in a society where it's superior,
There's a supremacy, yeah, absolutely. It's a supremacist culture, yeah, exactly.
So at the end of the day, you as a person have to understand that you benefit from it, regardless. And that's all that matters, right? Mm-hmm. And so I just wanted to say that so that if anybody watch this later, they know that that's where I stand with that whole thing.
Yeah, of course.
That was it.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no. And I definitely recognize that, like, there's just certain things that, like, it's really insidious how white people get taught that they're centered in this country, in the world, but I'm just talking about like our situation in specific, and so those are things that, like, it's like I think I said this to somebody someday. Like, I grew up a Southern Baptist. Like, even if I converted into Islam and I believed, like, I was like Muslim, like Muslim from the sector, like, everything I did was about Islam. I was observant, all that stuff. By mind, I was shaped to see God in a way a Southern Baptist does, and I will never be able to shake that because, like, that's just how my mind was shaped from an early age. I think all white people are like that too. Like, your mind is shaped to believe that the world revolves around you and that you come first. And regardless of, like, even if you were just to, like, totally, and like I feel like I do fight that every time I encounter it. It's like you can't undo what time, and especially time during childhood, has done. So that's why I always say, like, all white people are racist, because I don't think you can escape the way those neurons were joined together. Like, those synapses were joined before you could even talk.
Right. But I have a question. So yeah. What draws you to the Black sector? Because, like, if I ask Professor Cupcake, she has her thing is a sense of superiority. But what draws you? Is it the culture? Is it because of the way we move? Is it because of just our swag, like just how we are?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, because, like, I spent some time in the beef sector, but I didn't really, like, join the, I didn't really try to, like, make a lot of relationships there, or, like, get really interested in the topics. I'm just kind of an observer. But with this sector, I think, like, for whatever reason, maybe the time, maybe the way it all happened, there was just something about it that was kind of like a magic something that, like, y'all really welcomed me in, and we all really got to know each other really well. And so when it's something about Umar, I stayed. Even if I'm not even sure, like, if it had stayed about Umar as much, I probably would have left, because I don't think a lot of people in the sector. I don't think I was interested anymore. Like most of us aren't, right? But I
Mm-hmm.
think it's just the relationships that got formed at the time. Maybe it was the pandemic, maybe it was the 24-hour lives. I don't know, but it just seemed like we all really sort of fell into um like a group that it was a cohesive to a certain extent, and we just kind of it just kind of how do you want to say it? Just there's just something there, and so like I say for the people, like I say for y'all.
Well, that was a very good answer. I'm glad to hear that come out. Like that was a very good answer because I agree with you. That's what happened. And that's what it is. And I think that's what separates you from Professor Cupcake. And that's all. That's
I
all
got
I
a
want to
question.
point out. Yeah.
So, with all of that, because I agree with that, especially that last part, the separation part. So, Stephanie, well, what do you think, unless you absolutely know, is the real reason this person has a problem with you? Do you think it's because you are accepted um by the rest of us, or is it something that
The
particularly for me that I may have missed? Did something happen? Because I don't understand the it's like hatred. It's not even like a
No,
dislike at this point.
no, QT,
the the base. Oh, I'm sorry, Josie.
I just wanted to answer that question. QT, you know how like people want to use something against you? So like
Hmm.
with me, maybe, I'm slow, I'm ugly, whatever. With you, it could be whatever they were saying. But with her, it's her, right? Like, it's something that is her that stands out. So whatever they could use to attack, that's what it is. So it's necessarily she's a part. She acclimated herself into the
I'm sorry,
sector.
the speak ain't shit. He say Steph been trying to get with him for years. Hey, she been trying to get with me for years too. Speak, what's up? We gonna have to take it to the court. Go
But
ahead, Joe. I'm messing with you.
but seriously, that's all
Speak.
it
Pause. Pause. Speak. Pause.
is. No, but seriously, like it's just that's all it is. If she was, let's say she was a Hispanic lesbian, if she was anything, they would that's what they would use. It's because she's acclimated into a group of people that is part of something that is just, and it has nothing to do, it's just something that they can use against her. So
But
that's
what's
what it
crazy
is.
to your point, Joe, then isn't the other one acclimated to some
No,
other people? Like what their group was just not as fun? I mean, what the fuck? I don't understand.
well, see, the thing about it is that the witch doctor, what do I call her? She what do I call her? I call her Jabba the Hutt. So Jabba the Hutt, her thing is about control. So once she gets a chain around these people's necks, and she finds things about them where she can kind of do some type of mental and mind dance and control over them. She uses them as tools regardless of what their status is. Like, so for example, she probably knows that Professor Cupcake is a racist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she showed that even when Lame G had went live and said what what she said to him, and he had to kind of we going back and forth with her. The point is
I
that
almost died that day, by the way. I almost died that day because me and Rev G actually agreed on something. And I was like, it almost killed me. I literally, my heart felt like it was going to stop. But anyway, continue.
so
Sorry.
she stuck her dog. She sicking her dog on the sector, her little white dog on the sector. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
and that's what, and she gets off on it because the moment that she said, I remember one time Al was all over there in their chats, and then one day he said something slick. She got mad at him, but they don't mind when people show superiority and racism towards other people. And if you listen to her AAS makes a lot of anti-black statements too. she got this ideology that, you know, she's better than, also like she didn't like as if Professor Cup, she know Professor Cupcake ain't dying to be no chocolate sister in life, but Professor Cupcake is on meds and she's disabled, and AS likes taking advantage of people that have mental issues. She likes taking advantage of people with mental issues, and she likes going at people that have mental issues. And she should be aware that some people are going through things and stuff like that, but she don't care. Because she's miserable. She's
Yeah,
hateful.
I
Like I
did
said,
notice.
No, you're gonna get sued.
I don't care.
I noticed that.
AAS is asexual. She has both.
Yeah, I did notice it was a pattern. So Stephanie, because I totally, that's what I think it is too, Joe. But Stephanie, from your point of view, because you are the person that's getting it, what is your view on it as to why this person just keeps taking jabs at you, just seemingly out of nowhere and left field on multiple occasions?
Are you talking about Miss Baked Goods, Miss Bakery?
Yeah, the bakery.
Okay, the
Hmm.
bakery. Okay, so it kind of goes back a while. Like, there's been, because she, she does sort of like a few weeks here, a few weeks there, and then she'll disappear for a while. Um, back a few, well, I think back maybe like 3 times back, she showed up, and before it was just Professor Baked Goods TV, right? And then
Mhm.
it was like Professor Baked Goods with her alleged um, performance name or pen name. It depends on what day of the week you ask her what that name is. That's attached to her. That she started using that, and I was like, and if I thought I wasn't even in a chat. I was watching from the clouds. And I was like, that's a troll. That's got to be a troll. That's got to be a troll because the name is really suspect to me, like really suspect. And so I was just like, that's got to be a troll. And then I talked to somebody else about it. I was like, that could have been her. And I got to a whole big thing about whether or not that was a troll. And it turned out, like, as I watched the chat, it turned out it really was her. And then so later I was like, you know what? This lady right here is really on one, and I didn't know at the time just the extent of how many problems she seems to have mentally and physically. I mean, I knew like the shortness of breath and stuff, but I didn't really realize how compromised like her mental faculties might be at certain times. And so, I probably well, no, fucking yes, I should have. And so, like, the next time I saw her in a chat with that name attached to her Professor Cupcake, I said, "What the hell does that mean? Why'd you get that name? And why do you got it?" And she just went off, and it's been up and stuck since then.
Cause she
So
got
it was,
that.
how dare you, white woman? How dare you, saltine, who's in the nigger space, question me? That's what happened.
Listen.
Because,
Yes,
Stephanie, remember back in the day, Joe, Stephanie be up in the chat and Max is, I'm just a saltine.
Listen. All
I
I
ain't even this
saw in
saltine.
the
and the
last
When
whole
shit, when the
history
shit
behind the
popped off,
saltine thing.
you would always step back. I got to give you that with some shit that was, I don't, I'm going to use the word uncomfortable for lack of a better term, right? Well, when it wasn't your lane, you know what I'm saying? You would always fall back. And I think that's why you do have um the longevity with the connections that you made, because the real ones, we can see it for what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's never been a point where, at least
Mhm.
in my interactions with you, either one-on-one, in the chat, just on a panel, where you exercise some type of authority or superiority over any of us. You know what I mean? You just say what you got to say, you chime in, or what you chiming in on. And it was a lot of times, especially when it came to legal stuff, it was really generic, meaning it has zero to do with the race of the person. It was just strictly, look at here, if this happens, if that happens, technically speaking, ABCD. And if it was personal shit, you always fall back when it's
Well,
that type of conversation. But at the same time, you stand 10 toes down when it's a one-on-one. It's never been because I'm the white girl, and I'm the protected class, and I'm a lawyer, and you're black. So it's never been that shit. It's just been, oh, you talking shit. I don't give a fuck who you are. What's up? That's
No.
and you say what you got to say and bounce. you know.
Well, I'll say this. QT, I saw salt on salt crime going on over
Hey, that's what
there.
I said.
And
I said this is white
and
on white crime.
and I
What?
and I and I hate to say this, but
No,
Stephanie
salt on bakery, salt on sugar.
Stephanie yeah, Stephanie knows how to walk away, but I'm gonna need Professor Cupcake to roll away because I'm sick of shit.
She said roll away. Dude, like what's that damn movie with Leslie? What's OJ
Yeah,
was in it
we
too.
heard.
Them
Yeah,
whatever gun movies, them push her down the wheel, the
yeah,
wheelchairs
and
go
see,
down them
and this other
stairs,
thing is,
naked gun.
and the other thing is, I hear her. She thinks that because she has a MFA, which is a that she's. I don't think she knows who has degrees in the sector and what their degrees are and what they went to school for. But I'll just say this, lady, I know you not on here bragging about a MFA and comparing it to a PhD. I know
No, but
you
how
not
about this? Why?
here.
That's why I said in earlier the musical Oklahoma. Anything you can do, I can do better. That's her. And maybe when her
to a
voice was on
T.
deck, she probably still said, huh? Thank you, Stephanie. You know what I'm talking about. Y'all look it up. Because I grew up a certain type of way,
Yeah,
so I
but
know these things.
everyone has their own specialty here. Like I have the ability to teach too. And the thing about it is like so people have all their different specialties on here. And she was going at she was going at Nikki, she was going at she was at Binary. Binary has an ED. And I think there's other people that have degrees on here. And she was like, and first of all, these people are supposed to be all each other's peers. And then,
Right.
you went to law school. So it's like, and it's, education is education. Like you're supposed to be
Right.
pro education no matter what it is. And at the same time, with all that education she ain't got no goddamn common sense whatsoever.
hmm
Because if she
Well,
had
how
any
about just in this space, Joe? Everybody is on an even playing field. See
right,
that's how I always feel like because I've never been intimidated by anybody, anything. Okay, I don't give a fuck because at the end of the day, we all here. The
right, but you don't
ageism has come up, and guess what? I don't give a fuck because why? We all here because to your point, we all have something to bring to the table to
right.
like-minded people,
Exactly.
though.
Exactly. We wouldn't be around. Like you can't come in a space and everybody's playing everybody's playing Connect Four or card games and then say, oh, I'm playing basketball, and because I play basket, and we're like, what? I mean, either you gonna play the card games or whatever. Some people are better than others at it or whatever. But at the end of the day, she's over here, like I said, and I'm not trying. No, I am being funny and rude to her, but I'm gonna tell you this: if I didn't have what I had, the ability for me to stand up and walk over there is a blessing because I would hate to be in her situation and be angry and spiteful at the same time. Like, you heard that saying, like, you need to be humble. And then one day I heard her say something smart, like, this, her helper is here to finish cleaning her up. And I bet you she nasty to him too. I bet you she real nasty to her little helpers and people that assist her every day.
When she went in on what exactly she's doing in the courts yesterday on Photon. If you read between the lines, she's suing one of her ex helpers because she said she's suing somebody she was in business with because quote unquote they want to get away and that's not how this is going to work or something to
Mhm.
that extent. And it was like, yeah, I could the way she was talking about that person, it had to have been one of her quote unquote assistants. It had to have been. And
Yeah, she's one
it's
of them
like
type of people, Steph, who would sit up and have someone working or assisting her and have them doing multiple things outside of the scope of their actual job. That's who the
Right.
hell that chick is. But go
Yeah.
ahead. I'm sorry. I just had to throw that in. Go ahead.
I,
So you said
Yes,
she's
I
suing,
need you
and
to
what else?
clean. I need you to clean my cats, all my 50 cats kitty litter box. Um,
mm,
I don't understand why you just can't do it. The garbage is over there.
Exactly. That part. Yeah,
and then every
that
time
part.
something goes missing, instead of looking to see if she misplaced it, she blames it on her assistant. It's that kind of
Oh,
thing.
oh yeah. Yes, yes. Because the meds kick in, and and she might be one of those type of people too, who over medicates. Meaning like, hey, I'm trying to be high. You know, you get them kind too. Like they're not even supposed to be taking this at this time or a certain type
She,
of way, or you're not supposed to mix this with that. You know what I'm saying? And just want to feel good, be high, and then come on here talking all type of weird shit to
she
everybody
be like,
else.
she be like this. Let me rub some of that CD. I gotta rub
You know
this
what?
CD oil on me,
Yeah. She
and
got to be
then
doing some edibles.
yeah, edibles, and then she on some high. She got a morphine button that she be pushing, and then she'll let me hit the link. I remember one time she was up there on she was like trying. She wanted to talk about Lennon or Umar or something she wanted to talk about, and then she was like, "You gonna miss out on what I was going like." She really need to get out what she wants to say, and so she was just like she just couldn't get it out because she was going back and forth, and then she was just all over the place. But Fulton only brings her up there because he's just trying to get her all warm on the panel and everything, and then she starts talking crazy, and next thing you know she's content. He got videos and clips and doing all this goofy stuff, but everybody falls for it. They be like every time, but for me personally, I can't do it because you have to grow up and be around people like that and know and see the progression and see what they are now, right? And
Mm-hmm.
how they are like now that they're older, and now that they're older, you can see, when you remember that girl in high school that was her, you know, that was her. And then and I think what it is, Professor Cupcake at some point in time got her some black dingaling, and she just
Not the black peanut bean.
she got some,
She
she
got
got
some of
some
that cane swing.
she got some black dingaling, and she said, "I have every right to be here. I have every right. Do you hear me? I got some black dingaling. I'm singing, I'm rapping Tupac.
Oh God. Oh my God.
But
Tupac."
her, if you listen to her though, it's not that she has a right to be here. She was here first.
Mm. Yep. Steph makes a
She
good
said, she
point.
said, she said she part
And
of
she
the
got all
war.
the ops, she got all the undercover. She been here investigating even before everybody linked up. I remember hearing that shit, Stephanie. I'm like, well, how in the hell was there
Girl,
so much going
yeah.
on? But y'all miraculously all found each other. Okay. Didn't know y'all was all doing quote unquote the same stuff. Like, what in the entire oh my goodness, that's wild. But Stephanie, I want you to get back to because I had missed some of that. I kind of had faded out, I think, during that part of that conversation with the assistant. I don't, or was it a comment made? Wait, hold on. Is it a long ass comment on Photon's live? Is that where I seen it? Because I remember seeing something about an assistant.
Yeah, so Photon asked her what she's got going on in the courts right now because she keeps saying that like she's gonna get to me, and I think the list keeps getting longer. So it's me. I think Brixton's on the list now. Carrie definitely is on the list. The list keeps getting longer. I mean, eventually it's gonna be the whole sector. But Photon asked why like we're not the thing she's working on right now, right? As far as her courts, her work on her court cases, and she said that and of course you kind of have to make sure that your hamster's spinning that wheel to keep up with what Cupcake's trying to say, right? Because it can kind of it kind of goes left sometimes. But she said she's got two things going on right now, which were both like amusing, but also really kind of terrifying. Like she's suing her assistant or somebody she went into business with who thinks they're going to get away, right? That's what she said. And then the other one is she's going to file for emergency guardianship over someone else's son, which is wild.
I know you goddamn lying.
That's what she
You mean
said.
she trying to
What
get a
she said.
girl? Let me shut. No,
Girl,
shut up.
let
Go
me
ahead,
tell
Stephanie.
you.
Go ahead, baby. Shut up.
Let me
And then
tell
what
you
she's done with that?
something. What she need to do is she need to sit on the phone with them. Listen, she wasting all her time talking to us or whatever. She need to sit on the phone with them insurance companies and all them and make sure that none of that she has all that intact instead of spending time with us. And because you know damn well they have long wait times and all that other goofy shit. She worried about what we doing. She trying to get. She talking about the feds and contact and you don't know. You don't know. You call the feds. I'm like, why are we calling the feds for what? Why are we?
No,
First
my
of
favorite is
all,
when she popped down and be like, "Can I talk? Let me talk, cause I'm making money. I got money to make. I need to hurry up, cause I'm making
No.
money right now." And then it's like you come back like it's 3 fucking hours later and she's still on. Like what?
man, it's so many.
Amazing.
Let me tell you something. I'm not playing. Listen, if I ever see Professor Cupcake in life and she say anything to me that she says on the internet and she cornered me in the corner and somewhere, I'm gonna bump that wheelchair on my hip and keep it moving. Do you hear me?
I told you, like the Naked Gun scene when OJ was jacked up and he went down them stairs. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
That's what
stop
she working
playing.
on.
You better start. She better start harassing people. But she can just all talk anyway. She just on here barking and yelling and hollering and screaming because she ain't got nothing else to do and she's stuck here too.
Yeah.
But let me ask
Yeah.
y'all, both
And
of y'all ladies, real quick, Stephanie, 'cause then I want you to get back to it because this is so insightful what you're saying. But I'm just curious. So, in her condition, or let anybody in those type of conditions, like real talk, if that was no, I'll forget the face to face. But is it, in y'all's opinion, cool to just let her have it the same way she giving it, or we all supposed to be like,
Also, we
well,
supposed to all
she's
have
on meds, well, she has some issues, so just, is it fair
listen,
exchange of robbery?
listen. Her being on meds is just my opinion. She has never volunteered that information, so she is very fair game right now. And basically, what I'm saying to you is, she said on Photon is war. Okay. So online is war. As long as nobody's invading her space and coming to her house, which she will be saying give it about a couple of months, she'll be saying that she saw one of us drive past her house. Um, as long as she ain't saying, as long as these people entertain her, because at the end of the day, I think it's on the content creator, because you know damn well that lady ain't working with a full deck of cards. You is setting this lady up for failure. And it's on AAS. You setting that lady up for failure. But see, AAS can't control her because she let a dog in the sector, and now her little dog is around here, barking and rolling around over people's feet and shit like that in the sector. So it's the content creators that let her out there and be like, hey, Professor Cupcake, but she only has one. She's like Al. They only have one mission only, to get out what they want to say. Because
Right.
why would she come up here and say, I'm not talking to you, Stephanie, but you on the panel and you was just sitting there minding your own business. And then the whole time she's like, bitch.
Right, that's my
Bitch, like
favorite.
you
Yeah.
literally came
Fuck
up
you,
there.
fuck
You
you, fuck you,
Yeah,
fuck
you
you.
literally came up there to cut Stephanie out on the low, but you was just letting her know that don't say nothing to me so I can sit here and berate you.
Right.
And so it's not. I mean, listen, that's not even a racial thing if you ask me. She just thinks that she's she
No,
just thinks she's
she's just
everybody.
above everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, she thinks
Damn.
and then she be sitting at the top of the box square and she be looking down. She be looking down on everybody in the chat. I'm talking to you, bitch. And I'll be like, shit, let me tell you something. If I was in her predicament, the last thing I want to do is go back and forth with somebody that can stand up and walk away. I'm just saying. That's the last thing that I want to do. I would be outside. I would be enjoying my little 50,000 cats.
All right, she should be like grounding and finding herself in a better place. And to Stephanie's point, that's the thing. It's like you treating people a certain type of way that's in your real life, okay? And if it's anything like what is getting seen online, she's very lucky to still be able to be online, in my opinion, because it wouldn't be nothing for an assistant to forget to lock the wheelchair. It wouldn't be nothing for an assistant to switch up some medication on purpose on accident. I'm just saying, like, you just don't treat people
bad,
fucked up when you're in a fucked up situation. At that point, you should be the nicest person that you could be, because when it's all said and done, if what she has told us is true, by the sound of her voice, it sounds like it. It's like you're kind of like totally dependent, on the kindness of others. So yeah, and she would talk about some Buddha, like they believe in some certain type of things when it come back to the get back and the comeback. You understand? So like, you need to fall back if you want to have as much as a productive life and peace and serenity, as you can in said predicament. So can we get back to Stephanie though? Because I really want to know, because I missed all this, but I seen that long ass post, because I really want to know this lawsuit shit, or she want to sue an assistant. That is incredible.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, that sounded real. That sounded like that's something that's actually not just a product of sitting on the panel and wanting to, yell at somebody about something and just thinking of something really quick. That sounded real. And so, but, I don't think now that she's probably going to hear this, and now that she has heard us talking about her lawsuit, I'm sure she's not going to share any more details. But, I think that is what it sounded like to me, is that somehow she thinks that somebody that she used to employ stole from her, and she's suing them for whatever they allegedly stole in her mind, and because she's saying that she's also going to get them criminally prosecuted. So I'm sure that she feels like somebody that used to help her with things. I'm not sure. Let's say I'm taking an educated guess based on everything I've heard her say, that and everything I've observed, that one of her former assistants or helpers got into her bad graces for whatever reason, and that poor person probably is just wants to be well, they're probably if I had to guess, they are probably rue the day they ever even met that lady. And now she's threatening them with all kinds of lawsuits and criminal prosecutions and everything else. Who knows, what she feels like that person did. She didn't elaborate on that part.
I hope she
Wow.
shows
She
up.
she sound like one of them people that like had cracked the whip on an assistant, and that assistant took it as long as they could and just said, I quit.
Yep.
And
Yep.
she's on some get back, like, oh, you quit. Oh, I'ma make you rue the day you ever met me. That's
Yep. I bet she does.
seems like.
I bet she does. I bet she would say, I wish I'd never answered that ad in the newspaper for a job. Shit. I wish I'd just gone down to McDonald's and got a job.
I hope that she ends up in this guy named Justin Simpson's court so we can see it online, because in the state that she lives in, a lot of the court cases are actually shown on YouTube. So I hope that she shows up there.
Yeah, and then the whole thing about if I had been able to speak, but of course, whenever she's there and I'm there and we're in the same space, it's just gonna be fuck you, bitch, fuck you, bitch, fuck you, bitch, and I'm not gonna be able to get a word out. But I wish if I had had the opportunity to press her a little bit on how exactly she feels like she should take guardianship over someone else's son. And if the son, who I would imagine is an adult, has had any discussions regarding this procedure, if he knows this is coming or not, but I'm sure I would have even been able to. Nobody would have even heard me ask those things if I had even attempted to. So, yeah, but just the thought that she's going to try to take guardianship of someone, it bothers me as an officer of the court. As a person, it makes me laugh. At another level, it amuses me, but it also bemuses me because I wonder, if how dangerous that might be for that person. But also, I rely on the fact that I don't think she would know how to do that, even more than she would, be able to do any sort of other legal process. So I think the dude's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think so too. And like she makes a lot of idle threats, and she probably writes letters and do goofy stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you're only, if the guy, responds, like I said, if you ever search YouTube and there's a judge called Judge Simpkins, just go ahead and click on it. It'll take you to the rest of those types of judges in that area. Okay. And you'll see how they handle this kind of case, and then you'll be like, that guy's good. He'll be good. He'll be okay. Because those judges kind of like are used to those kind of people that do, a lot of these, like, just continuously do lawsuits. And then, the other thing is you got to find a lawyer that's really going to sit there and participate in that.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, excuse my cat. She's sneezing. She's a little old. She's got some allergies.
I didn't know that was a cat.
Yeah, it's a cat. My old cat. My old baby.
Well, I mean, like I said, she got me. She blocked me because one day she was on the panel and I was just going in. I was like, nah, I don't. I was saying all kinds of nasty things, just rude, because I was like, this ain't no place for her. This is not a place for her. Like she know what she doing. She know exactly what she's saying. She know what she's doing. And plus, like I said, she's on you could tell she's on medicine, allegedly or whatever, but it sounds like it. She's on medicine and she's also injured, she's disabled. And being that she's disabled, misery loves company. And
absolutely,
I'm not sitting here. I was on a trip and there was some disabled people there. They were traveling, they were enjoying themselves, and here she is on here talking about it's war, and then trying to put down people. And then, like I said, what makes you an authority or anything? You're very nasty, disrespectful, and you sound crazy on here. But I'm supposed to respect you? No, ma'am. So she can find her something else better to do. But other than that, I mean, that's enough of her time that I'm giving her, because I'm just, like I said, you been welcome into the space. You're like a staple, just like everybody else is. If we can't get rid of AAS, they
right. That's what I've always said.
Yeah, nobody can get rid of anybody in this space. All we can do is just tune them out if we don't want to have it.
I've always said, like, if I'm happy to leave. If we're gonna, I will take being asked to leave because of my my saltiness seriously. If I was asked to leave, I would go, but I want to take Professor Cupcake with me.
She ain't going. She said she ain't going nowhere. No,
exactly, because she was here before all of us.
Listen, I don't want you to take her with you. Take AAS with you. Then you take her with you. When you could take her, then
Okay, I would do that for the sector. For the sector, I would do that. Put
the rope around you, put a rope around, and then start walking. And if she could, you could pull her along with you, because she ain't going. She's like, I ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna make all the videos I can. I'm gonna say what I say. But right now, I think she's like tone deaf. I think people really are not checking for them. I think what what their biggest content is. People care about them interviewing Umar Johnson's daughter. That's their
Yeah.
whole big thing. And not honestly, everybody's kind of somewhat disgusted by it because we know the history. And at the
Exactly.
end of the day, even if we didn't know the history, what gives you the right that you think is okay to interview a girl under 25 who is basically wanting to have a relationship? Really, she wants to have a relationship with her dad, probably. And it's just the way that her dad is stubborn. He doesn't, he's focused on other things. He's very how can I say it? He's very selfish. He has a big ego, and he's dead wrong for what he did. But really, honestly, I'm not finna help them. And so that's all I can say is just give my opinion about it. I'm like, you wrong for commenting on your daughter speaking out against you. You shouldn't have said nothing. You should have been. You should. The messages that she should have sent, should have showed online is you blowing up her phone, asking her to please stop. Let's talk. That's what he should have been doing. That's anything. Please, 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 please. But you know how we are sometimes as parents too. Well, me, we're stubborn too. Like you ain't gonna embarrass me and then think I'm gonna talk to you anyway. I don't care what I did. So I don't know. But I do know that at the end of the day, Rev G is wrong and he shouldn't have did it. And then on top of that, you paid to talk to this girl, so this young lady. And I just wanted to ask him, how would he feel if I talked to his daughter?
So we would all be going to jail.
Oh my
Absolutely. We would
God.
all be going to jail. But you know what I
Did he
thought was
offer
wild
any
about
resources? Go ahead, Steph. I'm sorry. Go ahead, darling.
Oh no, no, no. I was just gonna say it didn't hit me until probably a couple days ago. I was sitting there thinking about how he's now making a lot of hay after about the fact that people were making hay about the interview, and all that. And I thought to myself, and all of a sudden it occurred to me, we didn't. Of course, everybody's made a lot of content about Umar Johnson's child support obligations, right? But we
Mhm.
don't know that he ever actually was taken into custody for willful, non-support, right? Which means that at least most of the time he was supporting them, and yet the two biggest people out here who were trying to stop his bag, not just for FTMG, but personally, interviewed the kid that money would have been going to if he had been assessed a higher level of support because he had more income. That
They don't care about that,
I
Stephanie.
don't. They don't care. I know they don't care.
They go after people on here who have whole families and kids, and don't care about their kids if they interfere with their parents' job. And all they have
Yeah.
to do is stop watching their channel. All you got to do is stop engaging and stop watching. If you get to the point where you feel threatened and somebody's doxing you and all this and that, the only thing you can do and that's what they tell you. They say, stop going there, protect yourself, check it, your accounts, make sure you reach out to your family members, and do all those things to protect yourself, because there's nothing you can do once they start coming at you. You can't just sit there and argue back and forth with them and appeal to them to not do it when
No, of course not.
you're gonna have to do what you got to do to protect yourself. And I was asked this too. I was asked, why didn't you leave when they started doing these things? Like, why did you not leave? And I said this. I said, I did not because I saw, I just wanted to help other people how to avoid it, because what they do is they want to catch a sound bite of you saying something inappropriate, and they want to piece it together, and then they want to look at where you work and what the rules are where you work, and then submit that and try to get you fired. But what they don't take into account is, what about his family? So what? He shouldn't have been on here. But they're on here doing the exact same thing they're accusing that person of doing. And then they're saying that it's legal, which means that, and after it was reviewed, they said these people are actually insane, and it's scary. It's scary because if they don't like something you said, they will contact someone's employer. They will try to reach out to their family members. They will do all these different things except for just leaving you alone. And then the one, childish response that they have is, what do they say? You can't control how a person responds, right?
Mm-hmm.
But time says you can't control how a person responds, but you can control how you respond. And how you respond to things like that is to not disengage. Don't, her ideology is that I should be allowed to be in your house. I don't care if it's your house. It's on the it's in the street. Like I could be on your, I could be in front of your house. I'm not at your house. Like it's just like formalities. Like they're just bouncing around. Like I could be in the neighborhood. I just can't be in front of. So then you get a protection order, and then I could be at this park. How do I know you're going to be at this park? I'll just get, they playing those kind of games, and so
Semantics.
So the only thing you could do when people play those games is you just have to ice them out. And I know some people, they want people just to leave the sector. Like they want to push them out, and then that's a win for them, right? But a part of it is that some of the people in the sector will allow them to continue on engaging and doing that stuff to so like you think you're cool with this person, you think this person, they're like, well, this is my channel and I can have anybody on my channel, but this person is willfully going out their way to hurt everything I'm doing, and I enjoy being here. Well, I'm gonna have them here, and like playing those games. And all you got to really say in it, and then when somebody says, well, if they're going to be here, now I'm going to have to leave for legal reasons, because basically to protect my well-being and stuff. Oh, you scared to not see what I'm saying? So it's like a game. And so it's kind of hard when you got groups of people that don't understand. I remember with the whole Binary and Shaquille thing, when Binary decided to do what he did, he would say, I can't be on the panel when he's up here. And they let him off. They didn't give him that much scrutiny, right? Because it was legal and he said it, whatever. But then let other people who's actually been exposed, this happens to, they, what I mean? Women mostly. They're like, oh, why you letting this bother you? Why you letting these people, are they just up here? I can't control what they do. You'll have breaking up there and stuff like that. And the thing about it is like, that's when you have to say to yourself, like, okay, let's just, let me back away. Whoever I talk to on my channel or whatever, those are the people I'm gonna socialize with. I'll go to neutral platforms, but I won't be. All right. Okay. All right, QT. Well, I'm almost out of here, Stephanie, because I've been here long enough.
Yeah, you've been here a good long time. So, but yeah, no, I agree. It's like you can't keep going back to the party where you feel like you're being threatened, and then you leave, but then you come back the next week. You can't keep doing that.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make any sense. And if you want to press charges on somebody for allegedly feeling unsafe, you can't continue to go back into the place where you feel unsafe. It kind of weakens your claim. Yeah,
right, but they keep doing it. They always keep doing it. And like I said, the moment that when Rev G felt like he was threatened and his family was threatened and this and that, the first thing he did was go from platform to platform to want to voice that and like, I'm going to do this, and then kept going back and forth with people and adding more fuel to that fire.
exactly.
Now, he thinks that he has a right.
Yeah.
No, there was no. I don't think there was any. I didn't watch it. I just saw, I saw tidbits because other people posted it. I don't know if help was offered to the lady. I know there was monetary. She gained monetarily for it. But my question is, would you want help from any of them? Knowing what you know, like, would you, if your daughter came home and said, just talked. If your daughter came home and said, "Hey, I was online and these guys gave me money about apparently I found out that one of them was going at my dad for a long time." Like you're like, "Oh no, these people can't help you."
Oh no, that definitely aggravated the situation. That definitely aggravated the situation. It did not help. It aggravated. Yeah.
I don't think what if the entire sector leave. What I think what people tried to do was they tried to create other channels where it kind of made it harder for people like them to do the things that they were doing, but those channels are considered boring. So when you get channels where people are like to come there and chat and have fun and talk, those channels are boring. The channels that are exciting is a channel where a person is calling you a motherfucker like the whole time, calling you nigga 3,000 times, and that's fine. But that's we like the back and forth to a certain degree. It's when the back and forth is out of to the point where the person's like literally posting your address, where you work, and then that's when it gets too much. And then that content creator to say like, look, you're doing those things, you hate this person, or are you here because this is entertainment? If it is, then go to your channel, do all that, but we can't do that here. So nobody's going to do that because the sector's too small and the entertainment is based on that. If the sector is a little bigger and some people have somewhere to go where they can hang out and have real discussion and just, dry roast, dry roast, lightly roast, where everybody is comfortable with it versus this whole hoopla and stuff like that, then I think it would be better. But nobody knows how to expand the sector to a degree where it can happen that way, because people like who they like and people like who they don't like. So that it is what it is.
Yeah, but I think also what QT's saying is like, what would happen? Who would be the content if we all left? It's like, exactly, because even people who are saying they aren't in the sector, okay, you're not in the sector, but you're in the sector whose only content is the sector. So what's the damn difference at the end of the day, right? So what would happen if they got their wish, right?
Exactly. Because honestly, I like when certain people go at each other and go back and forth. But what I don't like is when I like when they get, they come back the next day, they cool off and they say, "Oh, look, I said something, whatever it is, what it is." The problem is when they go live and then they go live over here, then they go to another channel, then they get offline, and then they're reaching out to people, trying to find out people's information. Like they're working overtime, then they come back, like I still gotta want up you. So I think that if there was a fine line, there is a fine line here. Some of this stuff, like I said, we are all guilty of it, even me. I'm engaged in fuckery. I just did it. You know what I'm saying? I fucked around.
Oh, hell yeah.
I played into it and everything else. Now, it's how I respond. Now, if people come after me because of what I said, I have to accept it. And then if I wanted to create a back and forth, I can. But at the end of the day, in the back of my mind, I have to say to myself, I created this. I started it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the power of it. Yeah.
Exactly. I think if you could be 10 toes down about that and be like, yeah, no, I'm here for the fuckery. This is what we do. I like it, But I think also what I love about the sector is like Slander's intro where he says we have intelligent, ignorant conversations, or is it the flip? Ignorant, intelligent conversations, And I think like we do roast, we do do the fuckery, we do get at each other, but I think there's always sort of we do it through a interesting interesting point of view or interesting prism of the history of the sector, which I think it just makes it unique. Like I think, like Splater says, we have ignorant, intelligent conversations or whatever it is.
And I think that's cool, but I think that sometimes with people play favoritism, they like who they like, and I can accept that. I can accept that this is what it is, this is what it's gonna be, and this is how it's made. I have no problem with that. My only issue is just let me be ugly in peace.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Let me be a saltine in peace. Why can't I be a saltine, Professor Goods? Why can't all Joe Speed wanted to be is ugly? All I want to be is a saltine in peace. Why can't we just do that?
Exactly. Well, it was nice talking
All
to
right.
you,
It
Stephanie.
was good talking to you too. It's been a while. So, but yeah, have a good weekend, y'all.
All right.
Best
Bye.
out.
All right, you guys. It's been a long, boring live. Thank you for those who came. Especially QT. Thank you for hitting the panel, Spottum. Thank you for hitting the panel and saying something. Thanks for Speak Easy for just dropping in and laughing. I like that. Thanks for Lauren to come in. Perfectly Imperfect. I think I know who that is. Thank you, My Opinion. Others came in. Thank you for showing up. If you catch the replay, you could listen to it at, let's see, put it on 2.0. That might help. If I was talking too slow for you, that's a good part. Or 1.75. That would help you. Okay, 1.75. All right. But thanks for those who came in. I'm entitled to my opinion. I said what I said. I stand on it. I can say it again. I do me. But thank you guys for letting me entertain you for a little short while, because I was somewhat entertained too. And I just got off what was on my mind. All right. Thanks, Keeper, for coming in, and everyone else that I missed. If I missed you, I'm sorry. All right. But I'm going to play this song again as my outro, and then I will be out.
It's gone. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, you see this comfy. Yes, it is. I must be lucky. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, you see this comfy. I must be lovely. Why are you acting all ugly? Why are you trying to act like you don't even love me? Why is your face just looking all crunchy? Why you in the big city acting all country? Why are you mad? Cause I'm in a bag and I'm still feeling like the best you ever had. And I'm so rad. They all angry and emotional. I don't know how to feel about that. Oh my God, I'm fantastic. Mixed with a little bombastic. And you about to blow a gasket. Cause you didn't even make the basket. Yeah, I'm always ready to get set. Never with the petty 80 show shop there. I ain't even sure about nothing like that. I don't even know why they feeling upset. Yeah, look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, to see this comfy. Hey, indeed. Ooh, I must be lucky. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, to see this comfy. Hey. Ooh, I must love it. Oh man, you a Ugmo selling ugly tickets at the Ugg show, buying ugly pills at the drugstore. You a hater, why you in love for? Yeah, I'm always spinning on deck. When I got to get it, I'ma hit him up next. Pull up to your city with a real mic check. Girl, you so pretty, but you're looking like a wreck. The basics. Ugly ass boy, just face it. It's looking like it just tasted it. But the fruits are better when they do. Yeah, I'm always with it, that's right. No, I gotta get it, I'ma hit it, that's life. Call me if you wanna break it up, cat fight. I don't even know why you trying to backbite. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, to see this comfy. Yes. I must be lucky. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, to see this comfy. Hey, take it back, host L-Y, you do not have any alibis. Don't ask for one, don't look for one. No witnesses, I can't testify. Aye. Over there, give me the evil eye side. Personality so dry, why I live rent free in your mind? Why? Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling ugly. Pick up the pace, to see this comfy. Hey. Ooh, I must love lovely. Look at your face, you looking ugly. Let's run this race, I'm feeling lovely. Pick up the pace, to see this come through. Hey, ooh, I must be lovely.